Actually, he's not a minute late. Nerd. I'm just kidding. You're not a nerd. But I'll be on soon. Hello. Hello there. Hi. Greetings. Salutations. Where are you? Boom! What's up? How's it going? I hope you're well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are y'all doing today? Good, I hope. Still got back. I think I figured out a different way to stream on YouTube and Twitch at the same time that hopefully will not lead to many dropped streams, which is what the issue was happening before. Fingies crossed. Crossing all the fingies. What's up, Dice? How's it going? Where'd chat go? What are we doing today, guys? There? Look right, let's... That's not the right one. I do this too many times. Nope. I think this is the right one. It's not doing anything. Oh, life's so hard. That's okay. Anyway, what's up, guys? Today we are doing something really fun. Today we are looking at homebrew that you made. No, we're not. No, we're not. Oh my god. Where's my fucking brain? We're doing the opposite of that. Today we are looking at your requests for homebrew. If you specific homebrew bespoke for your campaign. Ooh, yes. Oh, I gotta make an announcement that I'm live. I forgot to do that. Let's do that right now. We are live on YouTube and Twitch, making homebrew for you. Yes. Oh yeah. Excuse me. There used to be someone that really didn't like it when I burped on stream, and it made me want to do it more. Okay, one more little. Oop. Okay. We're here. We're ready. What's up, Pierce? How's it going, buddy?
I don't have much, but I thought I should support.
Oh, one fly every day. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you, buddy. That's very kind of you. I appreciate that very much. Somebody asked me to change one of my overlays, and I've completely forgot to. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't exactly remember how to. Maybe we're just not gonna... I can't do it really quickly, we're moving on. I apologize. Alert box. Maybe it was that? I think it was that. Alright. Changed, hopefully. Hi guys, how's it going? Prussia, I'm gonna be honest, I tried to do the timing, I tried to do the change that you asked me to do. I am not 100% sure if it worked or not. I am not super tech savvy. I apologize if it didn't work. How are you liking these streams as opposed to the review ones? They're pretty fun. I like them. I like them a lot. They're less stressful. They're less of the game of me trying to maintain calm amongst reading things that I am annoyed with sometimes. Not to say that you annoy me as writers, but sometimes your writing annoys me. If I said any different, I wouldn't be me. All right, let's get this ball ready to roll, shall we? So the way that this works, if you are new to the show or new to the channel, is that there's a little form that you can fill out. It's both in my Discord and in the video description on YouTube. And if you fill it out, it'll ask you to tell us a little bit about your campaign, and then ask you what sort of homebrew you'd want. Whether you'd want us to help build like an NPC, or a monster, or a magic item, or an encounter, or like a regional effect, something like that. And then it asks you to tell us whatever like specific requirements you have that we might not know about. You know what I mean? Trixie with the 10 gifted. Trixie, you crazy. You're wild, Trixie. You're wild. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Has there ever been a Cinder crash out? Yes, many. To be fair, I actually think that I think that the way it works is that you watch me long enough to either not like me anymore or to acknowledge that I sometimes have crash outs and just move past them. I don't think I have them as much, but yes. Ask anyone that's been around for a while. People have seen me, I think, rage inappropriately. For sure. But hopefully I don't do it as much. I don't think I do it as much. I will have a nice day. You do too. You got to take the crash outs with the brilliance. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I feel like that's the kind of thing you say to like justify an abusive relationship. Was he mean inappropriately? Really what it comes down to is this. It's just a matter of me needing to understand when I have to stop reading Homebrew. That's really all it is. Because if I start to lose patience, like if, for example, let's say I look at 3 monk subclasses in a row. People send in 3 monk subclasses. And one monk subclass builds this whole new complicated spellcasting system inside of itself that's like really complicated and unnecessary. And I sort of talk through that. And then the next one does the same thing. And I like half talk through that. But if the third one does the same thing, I say, why do you guys keep fucking doing this? It's not a good idea. It overcomplicates. The monk has a resource system. It's called key points. Use them. Use them. Why are we adding more things? We don't need to add more things. You fool. And that's not necessarily like a super nice thing to hear because, you know, the first person got a nicer version of that than the third person. Does that make sense? I did feel that way about the first person, though, to be clear. Have you seen many submissions to D&D Shorts' Bounty? Yeah, I checked out a bunch of them. A lot of them were really fun and interesting. I'm going to say quietly, I will say that the one that I saw talked about with the most excitement, I was very proud to see, was the one that was talked about most actively. The one, at least there were a bunch that people liked, but there was one that kept popping up, and it was from someone in our community. And I was very excited because it was my favorite one that I saw too. So I'm hopeful that that I want that one to win. We'll see. Shield holder guy is here just to say thank you about your review. No problem, dude. You know what I'm gonna say? If any of you wrote Homebrew for the artificer thing that D&D Shorts did, or you're like new to writing Homebrew, the main advice I would say is don't stop. And an artificer subclass is is a harder thing to write than a lot of things in D&D. So if you were like, man, I really struggled with this artificer subclass, but I like the idea of writing Homebrew, excuse me, then write something simpler next time. Start making magic items. Magic items, I think, are the easiest way to have a lot of fun making Homebrew. They're not the easiest Homebrew to make. They are not the easiest Homebrew to make. The easiest Homebrew to make is a background, because it's nothing. It's just picking some skills and items. Magic items are also pretty easy. They can be easy. What makes making an artificer so hard? What makes making an artificer so hard is a few things. One, it's a subclass. And subclasses, if you haven't written a lot of homebrew before, they have a certain amount of like things they need to do. And they need to do all of them sort of well, and they also need to be balanced against a lot of other things. So it could just be a daunting thing if you have never made a homebrew before and jump right into a subclass. But artificers are specifically tricky because they are the newest class to 5e. They have when you're making a subclass, if you're like, how do I tell if a subclass is balanced? You can look to the other subclasses. So if I want to make a cleric subclass, there's like 35 different cleric subclasses I can look at to be like, okay, how does this balance? What sort of patterns do I see in the cleric design? Artificers are super new, and they only have 3 subclasses at the moment. So you have a much smaller window into what is reasonable and what is unreasonable. So when you're trying to build new things with the artificer, you're jumping into you're jumping much more quickly into unknown territory. So if you don't have like an innate strong sense of balance and design, you can just stumble into many pitfalls very easily. I mean, we saw that with the D&D shorts ones. Like, I think one of the more. So I'm gonna be honest. I will now that the D&D shorts stuff is in. I'm gonna spill. Let's talk tea for a little bit. Let's spill the tea for a second. There were things that people kept doing in the homebrew that I was reviewing, and I was like, why are you doing this? Like, you don't need to do this. This is such an overcomplicated way of like doing like what are you doing? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? I felt that a lot. And the 2 things that I felt that the most with were overcomplicated 5th level features and giving a lot of infusions. Urban Hangman, thank you for the raid. How's it going, buddy? How's it going, man? We're talking about the D&D Shorts Artificer subclass contest that he just put out. That the winner's gonna get $1,000. And there's also I think he had like 1,700 submissions, something crazy like that. But we did a stream the other day where we reviewed and gave feedback to a bunch of subclasses that were artificer subclasses. It's $1,000, not 600. 600 is, I think, the second. The winner gets 600. Oh, I thought winner got 1,000. Then what the? Wait a minute. Then why is did his thumbnail lie to me? D&D Shorts, did your thumbnail lie to us? I'm checking the thumbnail right now. I don't care. $1,000 reward. I will give you $1,000 to save the artificer. Dang. That man knows how to make a thumbnail and put 2 numbers together to make a bigger number. That's okay. It doesn't matter. It's not the end of the world. We'll survive. Well, the winner is going to get $1,000. Or the winners are collectively going to get $1,000. But. While I was... So we did a stream the other day where people could send in their artificer subclasses, and we talked about them. And so many of them gave a really overpowered, weird feature at level 5. And so many of them built their core 3rd level subclass feature around just getting extra infusions. And I was like, I didn't want to yell about it too much because the goal of the stream wasn't like hypercritical review so much as like, let's get you going in a good direction. But we did talk about it a lot. And afterwards I was like, why did so many people do that? So it wasn't until after the stream that I actually read the Fey Weaver subclass that D&D Shorts made as like an example. And then it all became clear. I understood. Because he did a weird 5th level feature. Although I will say his was pretty reasonably balanced. And he made his 3rd level core feature was just more infusions for the most part. And it was like, oh, that's why because that was the example. And I felt a little bit afterwards. I was like, should I have felt bad for criticizing so many people for doing exactly what he did with his example? in terms of like the structure. Because maybe that wasn't the right move, but it's like, no, it doesn't matter. That's how I feel. I still feel that. And if I was going to give, and if D&D Shorts sent in his subclass for me to review, I would give the same feedback. I would 100% tell him, don't build a 3rd level feature around just getting more infusions. So I stand by what I said, even though I understand why a lot of you did that. I commented the same thing on his video. I don't even remember doing that. But I at least I stuck by my guns. But now I understand why all of you were just giving a bunch of new infusions and trying to do something weird at 5th level, because he just gave it a bunch of infusions and did something weird at 5th level. Although I liked his 5th level feature a lot. The Armorer's 3rd level feature is not just more infusions, Shades. I'm going to just encourage you to go look up the Armorer again and notice how it gets magic armor that transforms into different things and comes with a variety of features. So I would argue against that. But if you still feel like the Armorer Artificer's armor is just an infusion, I would say that's the most complicated infusion in the game. You could also argue that I guess you could also argue that the Battlesmith's dog is just an infusion, or the Alchemist's pouch is just an infusion. But I wouldn't. That'd be a silly argument to make. What were my favorite subclasses that I reviewed? I don't really want to say because I hate playing favorites. I do have a favorite. I'll tell you what. If you want to do the research, you can find it. I have spoken about it online. But I am not going to play favorites. I don't like to. Because there's going to be at least 2 of you that hope and or think it's yours. And I really don't want to disappoint either of you. I also don't want you to care what I think. Like, if you want my advice, sometimes get my advice, but I have very specific tastes. So if I don't love the thing you make, it shouldn't matter because I'm not playing in your game. You know? No, 9th level is totally reasonable to get extra infusions because you already have built up 3rd and 5th level worth of unique features. Or at least 3rd and then 5th sort of to build upon it usually. I think 9th level is a totally reasonable level to add extra infusions. When are we starting the submissions? Probably soon. Are you feeling impatient? Do you not like waiting? I'll tell you what. One thing that I'm going to say for anybody that's new here. If your expectation is that I'm going to make every single thing on this list, you're going to be disappointed. We don't rush these. We don't rush this. And we don't rush this for 2 reasons. 1, if we're making something for you, I don't think you would want us to rush. And 2, if it seems like if I feel like the goal is to do as many as I can, it stops being fun. It starts feeling like I just have to get through them, and that's not what I want to do. So they take as long as they take, and we go when I want to go. And if you start to know me well, you'll know that I am the type of person that is very reactionarily rebellious. Sometimes I just want to do the opposite of what people say. Just so you know. There was a subclass for a bard or cleric, but it was a party alchemahals. What? Related? I don't know what alchemahal is. I'm having a pretty good day. You guys want to see what the wheel looks like so far? Boom! Behold. Behold its glory. Its sumptuous fervor. Its illustrious illustration. Charging.
Charging battery.
You guys, did I jump scare you there, you bitch? All right, let's, Cinder, don't be so rude. Sorry. All right, let's change this music. Forget. I like the chill. I want to be in chill land. I want to be in chill. Where's like chill guitar land? Guitar land. We're just strange chilling. All right. Should we give the wheel a spin? Yes, please, Cinder. Spin the wheel. Spin the wheel, please, Cinder. Why was that so loud? Because my headphones are broken? Bucket a 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 bow. King James the DM. See what King James the DM has for us. All right, here's what King the James the DM said. Our party is currently level 11. Right now, we're fighting a green dragon that symbolizes the spirit of the Chinese dragon of air, Yan Lung. He was released after someone opened a dusty ancient lamp in a Chinese tavern. The whole party would really like a companion for when the fight is over. Mainly so they have something other than loot after they defeat this guy. I don't have a lot of time to homebrew due to working a new job and providing for my family. It would be really great if it were a spirit in a jar that can be... It would be really great if it were like a spirit in a jar that can be released at will. Bam, we got you. We got you. This is easy. We got you. Okay. So, okay. The deets. 11th level party. Reward for fighting wind dragon. They want a pet. Spirit in a jar. Cool. All right, let's talk about this. Okay, I have a couple ideas immediately, chat, but please interrupt me if you have ideas too. My first thought is that it should be some sort of wind spirit thing, right? Like I was thinking like a little nimbus cloud. It could be in a jar. I don't know if it needs to be in a jar. But what if it was a creature? Like what if it was this? What if it was essentially a sentient mage hand? Okay? So it was like a little gust of wind that could move around and manipulate objects. And then it could have a couple sort of special once a day larger things that it could do. We could use the stat block of an air memphit, but I'm going to say we could also not use a stat block. A stat block is a good thing to have if you expect the thing to have like a variety of interactions and you want it to like sit in all places at the same time. But it could just be a sentient magic item, but that is just like a spirit thing that follows with them. This also lends itself to not having to deal with getting killed super easily because they're level 11, which may be something we're thinking about. Spirit doggy, maybe? Yeah, it could be a spirit pup. Okay, do we want to start with any official stat blocks and then build it off of that? If we do, I think somebody suggested we could start with the air memphit. I think that's not a bad idea. We could also start with the dog if we wanted it to be more of a dog. I like the idea of it being a spirit dog. I think that might be the move. Although they did say jar. They mentioned a jar. I don't think it needs the jar. What if it's a little bone that has a dog that comes out of it? Could just be a big cloud pup that can carry them. I don't know if they want something super big. Okay, I have an idea. Okay, is there a dog stat block? Is there a regular dog stat block? What is it? It's Mastiff. Is that what it is? Okay, so I mean, we can start here. We can start here and build off. Okay, so... Okay. The Bonehound. Wind. How about it? Whoa! Oh, what if it's a whistle? What if it's a whistle made of bone that when you blow the whistle and it summons the hound? Like a dog whistle. Yes. Wind bone whistle. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Yes. Oh, Mona Lisa. Let me get a date on Friday. All right. Bone whistle. Should it be a magic item? Yeah, it's definitely a magic item. Wondrous. Did I spell wondrous right? Wondrous item. Nope, I didn't. I think it's wondrous, right? Wondrous. Yes. Oh, yeah. As an action, how many? Ooh, okay. The whistle. I know what it is. The whistle has... Okay, here's what I'm thinking. Let me explain what I'm thinking, and then we'll start to write it out. I'm thinking it's a bone whistle that lets you cast Find Familiar, and that familiar is a dog. But you can also expend charges to boost that familiar in massiveness. Or size, or things like that. Or power. So I think we say the whistle has 1d6 charges. Let's say the whistle has 3 charges. Yes? As an action, you can spend a charge to cast the Find Familiar spell. But it summons a spectral mastiff. This uses the mastiff stat block, but with following. Okay, it is ethereal. No. Yeah, it is ethereal. Can pass. I don't want it to be like, I want it to be, what is the word for like wind? How do they word it here? I can just look it up. You just gotta get air elemental. Just look that up. Air form. This is the language we want. The dog can enter hostile creature space and stop there. Okay, so it's cool. So it's got special air form. It has a fly speed equal to its walking speed. What else is? Come here, puppy. Where are you? Gonna deal force damage. Okay. Its bite deals force damage. It can... Ooh, Jesus, calm down. Gust cantrip. DC, let's say 14. Okay. So that's the basic item. So as an action, use a charge, you get a cute little puppy. That's what it gets. It's an air dog. I think now we need to come up with other things you can do with a charge. by if you expend 2 charges, all 3. Let me think about this for a second. If you expend an additional charge while the dog is present, while the dog is summoned, you can increase its size to huge for 1 minute. How about that? So it can turn into the dog from the Never-Ending Story for like a minute. Everyone can ride on it. It's huge. Can allow multiple creatures to ride it. It gains 50 temp HP. Its bite deals an additional 2d12. Once. It loses all temp HP. For a minute passes, it returns to its normal. I think saying it can, I'll say it can carry up to 5 medium creatures. I think that's fine. Anything else we should add? It loses all the temp HP after a minute. How about that? I feel like it's pretty good. A second cheaper use for charges, maybe? I mean, these are all cost this costs 1 charge. What's cheaper than 1 charge? All moves, everything just costs 1 charge. This is also just 1 charge. So it's 1 charge to some. The cheap is just the summoning. That's the cheap charge. I think being able to make it do this twice, I don't know. Maybe I like that. Maybe I like that more. I don't know if we need a middle ground. I feel like a middle ground feels unnecessary. Do you all disagree with me? I think this is enough. So basically the way that it works is on day 1 of you having this item, you summon this little guy and you just have a little doggy. And if it dies, you can recast Find Familiar. You can do it up to 3 times. But assuming it lives, on day 2, you basically can do this 3 times a day. That's quite strong. Although familiars, I don't... Is it a bonus action to attack with a familiar normally? Or an action to command it to attack? Oh, this should be an action, you're right. I think familiars can attack, but I think you have to use your action to make them attack unless you have a specific feature that says otherwise. So I think this is fine. No, they can attack. You just need to use your action to make them attack. But they can attack. I think. Let me check. No, I'm curious. I might be wrong. Oh, it can't attack. Interesting. Can we command it to attack? Alright, so we have to put that wording in there too. It says garns, not gains. Oh. Alright, I think this is pretty solid. Requires attunement for sure. If we want to make this, if this feels unbalanced for your game, what I would do is I would change the damage here and the temporary HP here. I wouldn't change the size thing because I think what makes this creature, and this could also change. I think what makes this creature fun, I'm actually just gonna make this 13 right now. I think what makes this creature fun is the size difference, the big and the little. Yeah, the intention here, Fair, is that this isn't a the intention isn't that you're fighting with this thing. It's just an option. It's just an option that you have available. But the intention here is that it's a big thing that can carry guys. The only reason why I really put this damage here was because I felt like it needed some... It logically needed to do more damage if it got bigger. You don't think it needs attunement? Well, you and I have different understandings of game power and mechanics, but that's fine. I'm telling you with 100% certainty, an item that lets you summon a huge creature with 50 temporary hit points that can, with a fly speed that can carry 5 creatures... and you can do that 3 times a day. That should require attunement. Because that's what this is. For 1 minute. Yeah. Yeah, for 1 minute. An item that allows 5 creatures to fly for 1 minute and gives them essentially a 50 temporary hit point shield. Do you not think that item is that strong? I don't understand. I don't understand where your brain is. Mare. Maybe you're running a different game than I am, but in my experience, for you to be able to make 5 creatures fly at the same time, if you don't actively have them built into your character, that's multiple 3rd level spells. Yeah, that's like a 5th or 6th level spell 3 times. Now, fly does let you fly for longer than that. It's more than a get out of jail free card, buddy. You're looking at it. You're tunnel vision, my guy. You're being tunnel vision. You're being tunnel visioned. You're not thinking of the multitude of uses of having a giant monster that you can just summon. Do you know what having a huge creature on the battlefield does? Creates a lot of cover. Creates a lot of battlefield control. Do you know what it does outside of combat? That's just... Your whole party goes wherever they want in a minute. You know? We're not arguing about this. I'll tell you what. I'm sure your players love your games, and I'm also sure your items are overpowered. All right, we're moving on. King James, the DM, thank you very much. This is a fun idea. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Fun idea. Fun item. I could see that item entering into one of my games, perchance. Boosh. Who's the bottom? Crafter. We got a couple more submissions. Add y'all to the wheel. Okie doke. One, two. Buckle my shoe. Bucket a 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 boom. King Kadasha. Kadasha. You crushed a king. All right, what you got for us today, buddy? Read. What do you got? King Crush is looking for a monster or an NPC. In my world, there is a large thieves guild organization. How the leadership works is certain regions and areas of the world are under control of a certain. You're using the word certain too much. Mob boss. Even don't do it. Essentially, and all answer to a figure known as the Crown. Each member has a name in that format. The X. One I've made so far is the Professor. He's an information broker and a media doctor for the guild. Could you help me come up with a few of more of these NPCs? Is there any specific info we need? Part of the setting is the dominant governing body called the Empire, who is partially anti-magic, so a mob boss that flies in the face of that would make sense. Sure, we can come up with some goon NPCs. Okay, so what do we need? Let's think of. Okay. NPC ideas for a thieves guild mob vibe in an anti-magic empire. Names like the Professor. Okay, let's come up with some stuff. All right, so we're doing a thieves guild guy. Did you say what level the party was or anything? You did not. All right. The dentist? Oh my god, I really like the dentist. Okay. We could come up with more than one, but let's build them one at a time. Okay. The dentist, guys. We need some information about the dentist. What is the dentist's... What is their... Okay, so here's what we're gonna need. Like, their specialty, their quirk, their weakness, their passion. Ooh. Okay, let's think about the dentist. The dentist. You think the dentist should be a fairy? Oh, that's kind of fun. Maybe that's their quirk. They are secretly a fairy. Secretary. Secretly a fairy. I'm so good at spelling, chat. Is that wrong? Who's this for? This is for King Kadasha. Their passion? They want to bring sorrow. Seeing sorrow in others. Yes. Yes, they're dark. They're dark. Okay. What's their specialty? What do they do? How do they work in this strange world? What is their powers? We want to give them some unique vibes. If you get to me, you won't see it. Well, this is a VOD, Octo. You fuck. Which means you can always go back and check it later. So don't be too sad. Okay? Don't be too sad. Okay, all of these, I love you all, but all of these ideas are bad. Torture is not something fun to assume that anybody wants in a game. They can use Fireball. So can literally fucking everybody. Pulling teeth is way too obvious. Come on now. Dig deeper. Or am I going to need to do this myself? I think that the dentist... I think they're a cleaner. I think they are somebody that cleans up after others make a mistake. I think they are the one, like, if you ever saw Pulp Fiction, they're like the wolf in Pulp Fiction, Harvey Keitel's character. And I think they use... Stop it! And I think they use... get rid of evidence, clean up after crimes, make people forget what they saw. And I think they use their Fey powers to fuck around. They use their Fey charms, whimsy, magics, etc. What if their weakness is actually just teeth? I was thinking that's not. I kind of was thinking in the same direction of that. I do like the idea that their weakness is something very tied to their Fey. No one knows they are a Fey. They mask all their powers at skill. And they are a tooth fairy. Okay. I can't spell fairy right to save my fucking life. If they are a tooth they are a tooth fairy. If presented with children's teeth that have been taken non-violently, they cannot help but try to take them, exchange them. Yes! I like this. They hate being a tooth fairy. They want violence and fear, not the love of children excited to be growing new teeth. If they could make every child sad forever, they would. But they can't. The teeth fall to them. Who's looking at both Twitch and YouTube? Me? Yes, I am. I have both chats up right here. One's right here, one's right here. And I go like this. YouTube, Twitch, YouTube, Twitch, YouTube, 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 Twitch, YouTube, Twitch. Like that. Okay. I love this guy. Does he need anything else? They change accents all the time. No one knows what their real accent is, but it might be the pirate one. Okay. I think this is solid. Do we want to try to make one more NPC? Because that was pretty quick. Let's make one more. One. Alright, name. What did I say? Specialty. Quirk. Passion. Wait, weakness. Why did it do it for that, not the other ones? I don't hate when you do that. Fucking hate this. Do it normally. Okay, what's this guy gonna be called? The driver? The whale? The rouge? Do you mean the rouge like the red? I think you definitely do. The Tiggy Winkle? The mechanist? I like the machinist more than the mechanist, but I do like that. We want it to be the something. The something. So as much as I like Tiggy Winkle, I think it's going to be the something. The dude? The dictionary? Who is this character? This is going to be an NPC that is like a thieves guild mob type guy that goes by a the something. The anvil's not bad either. How about the forge? How about the forge? And they're a weapons maker. The forge. The ooze? I like the ooze too. The broker? They already have a broker type character. That was the one they suggested. That was the one that they gave an example of. That was like the money man. The archivist, the librarian. The librarian's not bad either. I like the librarian too. The librarian. The bottle. The bottle's really good too. The high tower. The king in the high tower. Did you guys notice my Easter egg, by the way? I have an Easter egg now. Can you see it? I'll count to 4. First person to guess it wins. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, the sword. You see? My sword? My chain sword? A little hidden by chat. But that's with intention. Yeah, I got Easter eggs now. I'm super popular like that. You think the librarian would be too... Oh, that's true. The other guy's name was the professor. That's true. That's true. Okay, I'm leaning towards the man. Because that's just silly. The bucket. The bucket is also good. Bald? No, that's me, friendo. The pilot. I like those vibes, but I want it to be more specific. The rook is not bad either. The freak. The butler. Is the bucket just the soldier from Team Fortress 2? Maybe. The booty. How about the shovel? No, how about how about the Tiggy Winkle? The rook? Alright, who's the rook? Is the okay. Okay. What does rook mean outside of the context of chess? Or do we not need to worry about that? It's just a big smashy guy, right? Specialty. Getting through big walls and other physical stuff. Mashing. And then being quirk. What should their quirk be? Let's think about this. Very stupid, but very nice. I don't know if I'd call that a quirk. Snowy, I see both chats at the same time. I literally said that the last time, but you're more than welcome to be in either chat. If you're in Twitch chat, you will be on. You'll pop up on the screen. Ooh. Outside of chess is okay. New thing. We're gonna call this one a swindler or a cheater. All right, we're going in a different direction. This is too vague. We're making it an object. I disagree with everything we put. Starting over. Fuck everything. Going back to being a literal object. Stop trying to make it things that aren't objects or specific things. I think we're gonna call this one. Okay, we're just gonna go for one. We're gonna call him the Buzzard. Yes, the Buzzard. Specialty. Poisons and stinky stuff. I don't like that I don't like that either. All right, if we can't come up with a good idea in the next 12 seconds, we're going to say we came up with one good idea and we're going to move on to the next one. We're not going to force it. The wall? You guys like the wall? It just seems like a little obvious. It just seems like a little nothing, you know? The knight, not to be confused with the knight. The mirror. The sun. Of all these suggestions, the wall is the closest one to any of them I like. The spoon is also kind of funny. The devil. The fool. Yeah, I think maybe we're good. I think maybe we don't need to do another one. That's where my heart is. These are all names that I'm not getting any ideas for, and I love you, but I think this is solid. All right, let us say thank you to King Crusher for their suggestion of us building an NPC for a sort of Mobland style community. Thank you. Thank you. Alrighty, let us give the wheel a spin. But first, let's see, is there anybody new? There is. Look at this person. Boom, they're on the wheel. Who would have guessed? Nami. Nami! Luffy, help me! That's Nami. Get it? I just made a One Piece joke. Suck a dick! Bucket a 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 Ghost Liffer. Alright, Ghost Liffer. What you got for us today? Everybody's looking for monster NPCs, eh? I've thrown my players into... Wait, let me... be big to read. I like being big to read. Yeah. I've thrown my players in a Dark Sun world, free roam. There are things in the back spinning around to retrieve the first defiler out of the black. but it's not a crisis for their generation. I'm going to be honest. I have no idea what any of those mean, what those words you just said mean. So we're going to try to find, hopefully, more meaning in what you say after this. It was foolish of you to assume I knew what the Dark Sun world was. That was your first mistake. It's mostly about surviving and living in harsh reality of Athos. They're currently level 4, and I gave them a base opportunity so they can choose to explore, base build, trade, anything really. Dark Suns is a very gritty world, so a harsh enemy competitor who just does things to survive, or a cool monster they can encounter in the waste would be fun. Gotcha. Okay, so it's like Mad Max D&D. Okay. So, I think the first thing we have to decide is, do we want to make an NPC or a monster? Is the goal here a roleplay thing, or is the goal here a creature encounter? I like monsters. I kind of want to lean monster. You want to do NPC? Dark Suns style monster NPC. Very mad. Is that not fire? Is what not fire? Circle of Hive Druid? What is that? So he looks like a Plague Guardian from Warhammer? Yeah, that could be cool. That could be very cool. I don't know if it would be super... I don't know if it would work that well, but it's a fun idea. Artificer Druid is a fun combo if you can make it work. Did you mean Circle of Spores Druid? If you do a monster, it could be a reoccurring creature or creature type. Ooh, that's kind of fun. Okay, let's make a reoccurring thing. Do you guys want it to be a reoccurring... The question is it a reoccurring creature that the party encounters and then either has to run from or it can escape from them? Or is it like a reoccurring NPC that they bump heads with? I think monster, maybe? Let's make it a monster. Okay. Did you say what level your party was? You did not. All right. That's fine. We're just going to make it... We'll make it scary then. It won't matter. Every 30 days, a blood moon that summons something is going to hunt them. That's an interesting idea. Hey, Cinder, that's me. In your mind, are hobgoblins, bugbears, and goblins all related? Yeah, they're all goblinoids. Or at least they used to be. I guess they're not anymore, depending on if you use the official logic or not. But whatever. I want it to be... I kind of like the idea of it being one creature that is a reoccurring creature, as opposed to, like, a species. I want it to be like a single thing that can hunt them. Okay, so we're going to say, like... We're going to call it, like, a... slow hunter. A stalker hunter type creature. Intended for several... So this is going to be a creature that I think is going to slowly hunt them down. What I'm thinking of, you know what I'm thinking of is the Komodo dragon. So you might not know this, but real life animal, the Komodo dragon. These guys, they are not venomous at all. But they have one of the most deadly bites of any animal, period. Because there is so many different types of bacteria and toxins in their saliva that if you get bit by one, it's not that it's going to put venom in you. It just fills you with so much bacteria and disease that, like, you literally, there's no anti-venom because there's not an anti-venom for 1,700 different types of bacteria at the same time. So the way that these guys hunt is they'll go up to, like, a water buffalo, like big creatures, and they'll bite something, and then it will run away, and then they'll just slowly walk after it until it dies. So they basically slowly burn out a creature. The question is that a fun... Here's my idea. What if we did that with a monster? Like, what if there was a monster? Like, what? Let's say it was like a... Let's say it was like a burrowing type thing or whatever. But a creature that essentially could shoot, like, little harpoons at you that would slowly degrade you over time, and it would just keep trying to fight you until it got you. And then it could just, like, dip out if it needed to. How do we feel about that? I think that could be kind of fun. Now, it's either got to be a creature that can burrow, a creature that can move incredibly fast, or a creature that can become invisible or otherwise hide itself. Because we really want to make sure that it can escape so that it's not just getting, you know, smashed over and over, so that it can be a reoccurring threat. I don't think Tanky Hunter is gonna work here because players rarely run away. So we want this to be a thing that can shoot you and then it can run away. So I think elusive more than tanky. Yeah, it could dig. It could have a burrow speed. Okay. Okay. Now, before we start actually writing it out, I do want to do one more thing. Let's visualize it first. We could go in a lot of directions here. Now, the obvious direction, we're looking at the Komodo dragon, right? We could do some sort of lizard or insect or something like that. But we don't need to. This could be, like, I kind of want to make this a more magical thing. Like, what if it's like a... Ooh, okay. Chat, tell me if this is not fitting for Dark Sun. If it is not, then we can change it. But what if it's like a creature that hunts and eats magic? So, it's the kind of thing where, like, if you have spellcasters in your party or magic items, it'll, like, track you down. And it will siphon them, and when it attacks you, it, like, siphons magic from you. And they can dip away. So it doesn't need to be like a bug. It could be like an elemental type thing. Is that Dark Suns? Is that too magical for Dark Suns? Is Dark Suns very low magic? Yeah, I was thinking it could steal spell slots. I'm thinking it's going to steal spell slots, and it's going to disable magic items. That's what I think it does, in terms of its powers. And then I'm thinking the way we make it elusive is that it can either teleport away or become invisible or dissipate or any number of things like that. Okay. We're going to call it... Nope, we're not going to open a new tab. Arcane Leech thing. What do we want it to look like? That might help us name it. Whoa, what if it's... Okay. What if it's always invisible? That's fucked. But I kind of love that. Okay, what if it's always invisible, but it either becomes visible after it absorbs some arcane, because it kind of glows with the arcane, or it is visible before it absorbs arcane. Yeah, visible while eating. Visible while eating is what I was thinking. Like a flying eel. Oh, that's kind of fun. Yeah. We're going to call it Arcane. We're going to call it the Arcane Eel. There we go. That's the flavor text. Okay, so what does this need? AC, HP, senses, saves, resistances, immunities, movement. What else does it need? I don't think it's going to have any skills. Oh, maybe it will. Okay. What CR are we going for here? I'm thinking like CR 3. I'm thinking like 3. I'm thinking 3 or 6. If it's CR 3, it's a little bit less hectic. If it's CR 6, it's a lot more hectic. Do we want it to be more or less hectic? We'll get to actions, don't worry. 6, 5. Okay, we'll put it in the 5-6 range, which realistically is the 5-7 range. We'll say 5. CR. Okay, so this is the little squishy guy, right? Okay. Strength, Dex, Con, Wisdom, Int, Charisma. Okay, so it's gonna be an animal. So its Charisma is gonna be low. Its Intelligence is gonna be low. Actually, lower. This is probably gonna be a 2. This is gonna be a 2. No, we'll make it a 5 still. Wisdom's gonna be higher. Wisdom's gonna be like a 16. It's gonna be really good at like hunting stuff. Its Con is also, I think, gonna be pretty decent because if you've ever encountered like a leech in real life, they're very tough. They're actually quite hard to smush. You have to stab them or do other horrible things to them. They're it's like a little gumball. So they're quite intense. I think its Dex is also gonna be pretty good. Its strength is going to be sort of whatever. Actually, this should be lower. This should be a little lower. No. This should be higher. This should be. And I think this we actually make lower. We make them kind of squishy. Okay, that's a weird spread of stats, but I actually think it's fine. I think it's going to be feeling pretty good. This thing's AC, if we don't do anything, is going to be 14. We're just going to leave that as is for now. I think this thing is medium-sized. It's going to be an aberration. No, it'll be a monster. No, it'll be an aberration. No, it'll be... Yeah, it'll be an aberration. So medium-sized creatures use D8 hit die. That means we're going to be building this thing's hit points based off that. So a D8, and for every D8 we give this thing, it gets 4.5 hit points. It actually gets 4.5 plus 1 because of its con. So for every hit die we give it, that's going to be 5.5 hit points. So 5.5 times 10 is 55. 55 might actually be reasonable for a creature that's always invisible. That might be fine. That might be fine. Okay, movement. Now here's where we're going to start doing the dirty. I think this thing is fucking fast. I think its movement feet is 60 feet. I think it's got 60 feet fly. Hover. I think its skills are going to be stealth and perception. Stealth is going to be plus... CR6 means their proficiency bonus is plus 3, so that'll be plus 7. Perception is going to be plus 5. If anyone wants to know how I'm doing any of this math, you're more than welcome to ask. But if you enjoy watching me just do it off the top of my dome because I'm a brilliant designer, that's fine too. Senses. I'm thinking... I'm thinking they need to have some sort of arcane awareness, but maybe we'll just make that a detect magic thing. I don't think we put that here. I think maybe blind sight. Whoa, oh, what if they have a pretty limited blind sight, but a really wide detect magic? So they sort of like blindly go towards magic, but when they get close enough to it, they can like be aware. Yes. Okay. So they have blind sight. I think it's got to be the same distance as their... Should it be 30 feet or should it be 60 feet? If it's 30 feet, there's going to be a lot of circumstances where they use half their movement to go in a direction and then immediately know where something is. Do we like that? I think that that's probably good. Because what I want these things to do is I want them to sort of feel like they're almost like they're like a plant as much as an animal. Like they're just sort of like wading through space until they proc something and then beeline towards it. Okay, this could be 60, and I think that would also be fine. Do we give it any saving throws? Yeah, we give it con. That's going to be +3. No, +4. Yeah, it's going to be +4. And I think we give it... I don't think we give it anything else. I think just that, actually. We had similar ideas on the senses? Yeah, we're so smart, GM Workshop. How you doing, buddy? Dude, can I tell you, I know that you're not doing it right now, but if you ever run anything close to a longer campaign, like if you decide you want to do a longer campaign on stream, like a campaign that's going to be more than 3 sessions or 4 sessions, but like a sort of more like we're playing D&D, I will make time to do that. I know that I don't normally do stream games, but I want to play a game with you so much, Rockham. I miss playing with you, buddy. And I know you don't want to run a campaign on stream right now, and you're doing all your Baldur's Gate stuff. But if you decide you want to run a campaign on stream, I'm on board, 100%. Even if it's like weekly, I'm super down. I'll make time. Want to play some fucking D&D with my friends. Okay. Resistances. Well, we'll put... If we want to give it magic resistances, we will put it as a feature. This is... We're writing it sort of like a stat block. We're just building it from scratch. So here's where we're going to be talking about like damage resistances specifically. I don't actually know if I want to give this thing any damage resistances. Like, I'm trying to think of what damage I would want to give it resistance to. And I think maybe I think it just takes damage. Maybe we give it resistance to damage from magical sources as a feature. You think bludgeoning damage? Bludgeoning damage would be accurate if we wanted to make it more like a leech. That's for sure true. Yeah. I'm going to put bludgeoning damage. Maybe. And I think immunities, I don't think it needs any immunities. Oh, why is it getting a +4 con saving throw? Sure. So when you're building a monster stat block, you actually build it very similarly to how you build a character sheet. So you decide what stats you're going to give it, and then those stats get applied to everything. So if this monster was going to make a dexterity saving throw right now, because it doesn't have proficiency in dex saves, its dex is +4, so it would get a +4 to those saves. When you decide a monster is going to be proficient in a skill or proficient in a saving throw, then what that means is you add what that monster's proficiency bonus would be to that number. And you learn that based on the CR. So in the same way that a level 5 or a level 6 character has +3 as their proficiency, as their proficiency bonus is +3, this creature at CR 5 or 6 would have a proficiency bonus of +3. It's also where you get the +7 for stealth and the +5 for perception. The biggest difference in this section between a player and a monster is that players' hit die, the amount of hit die a player has, and it's actually, you calculate it almost the same way, where it's number of hit die plus con score incorporated. But the players have a number of hit die based on what level they are. So like a level 3 fighter will have 3 d10 hit die. And monsters, you can just decide how many hit die you want to give them to get the math where you want it to be. And then the other big difference is that players, the dice that we use for the players is based on their class, which is really important. It's one of the reasons why, like, people, like, for example, barbarians, one of their most powerful class features that a barbarian gets is the fact that they have d12s as their hit die. It's not really listed on their table of features, but it is one of the barbarian's strongest features. But with monsters, you pick your dice size based on the size of the creature. So if it's a tiny creature, use d4s, a small creature, d6s, medium, d8s, large, d10s, huge, d12s, and anything above huge, you use d20s. And that is how you calculate monsters. And it's the same for attack rolls, saving throws. Everything is based on their stats and their proficiency. Exactly the same way that it is with characters. Okay, I can't think of any immunities I want to give it immediately. So I think we're going to move on from immunities. If you guys have ideas for immunities, I'm open to them. Now we're going to give it some passive features. Okay. Feature 1. I think it's going to have magic resistance. It has advantage on saves against magic and takes half damage from any magical damage. Okay. I think we want to give it detect magic, but I don't want to call it detect magic. I want to call it something more interesting than this. This is going to be its like magical sensory organ, something like that. Let's think about this. I don't want it to be immune to magic because I think that's really strong for CR6. I want it to still. The only times I like making something immune to magic is like very circumstantially, because I rarely want to. Prone immunity for sure. Yeah. Yeah, this thing is always floating. Good call. Ooh, lay sight is interesting. Lay sight is nice. I like lay sight. I like that a lot. It's a fun one. Okay. The arcane heal can detect magical sources such as the magical can detect any sources of magic within how much? 1 mile? And their general direction. Such as this includes spellcasters. This includes capable of casting spell, magic items. What else should it include? Is there anything else? Ongoing magical effects. I think that covers everything. No, they only get blindsight at 30 feet. So they're still sort of blindly moving towards it while they're still sort of in combat. But keep in mind, they're going to be invisible all the time. So we don't need to worry so much about them getting caught a lot of the time. Arcane anonymity. I don't like that name, but I do think it's funny. Oops. I keep making new windows by accident. Feel invisible. After it successfully uses its Leech Arcana feature, it becomes dimly visible for, let's say, 10 minutes. While dimly visible creatures dimly visible, its organs faintly glow. Its organs glow. We'll just say glow. Attacks and checks. I want to say I want to say I still think it should be really hard to hit. Like, I kind of want to say, like, it becomes dimly visible, but you still have disadvantage on any attack rolls or skill checks. Requires sight. You know? I think that's probably fine. So it goes from, like, being, like, totally you can't see it to, like, you can see it, but you're still hard to hit. That would not be the same as invisible. If a creature is invisible, you automatically miss any attacks against them if you don't know where they are. You have to know where they are first to make that attack a disadvantage. Am I being too pedantic here? Even close up. Even close up, man. Even close up. Technically, if you make an attack against the creature that's invisible and you don't target the correct location, it's just a miss. Automatically miss. I mean, we could also just make it become visible here. I think that's probably fine. All dimly visible. Any attacks or skill checks targeting heal that apply on site. I want to say from a distance, if the place. How about that? If creatures take damage from a spell or consumes a source of magic, such as a magic item, its origins become visible, though, through...
Charge complete.
Ooh. Guys, did I jump scare all of you? I jump scared myself when I do that, too. Okay, I think that's probably fine. I don't think we need anything else here. Listen, if you're going to be here for stream, you got to be ready for the jump scares. All right, actions. It's going to have a couple actions. Action number 1 is going to be called torquing. Yeah, torque is the right word. Torquing jaws. Not the. I don't know if I like that, but I do like that idea of. How would you write that? I think torque is the right word I'm looking for. Not twerk, torque. 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 torquing maw. Yeah, we'll use the word maw. This is going to use dexterity, so that's going to be +7. Attack. Each feet. +7 to hit. And let's say it does... Let's say it does 3d4 piercing damage. Let's make it 2d4. 3d4 plus 4. How is that going to be too much? That might be too much. Looks fucking weird, I tell you. Okay, 2.4. Oh, Orcase, thank you for the sub, you glorious fiend. All right, Torcase. Orca Ace. Wow. Okay. Okay. So 2.5 times 3 is 7.5, so that's 8. 8 plus 4 is 12. This is 12 on average. Did I do that math right? I think so. And the leech, the eel, attaches. Target. Start of the target's turn. I think maybe actually could just end. Attached. Addition. I think it just like keeps chewing you, basically. I don't know if I actually like that. Add out. There's no way the average of 3d4 is 8. That feels wrong, but I guess it is. What's in a 10-minute cooldown? Action, magic absorption. Consume one of the magic user's spell slots and heals for an amount. We could do something like that. Okay. Guy's got multi-attack for sure. Yeah, okay. Aw. And it's Arcane Leech or Arcane Expulsion. Available. Arcane Expulsion? No, I want it to be Expulsion. Okay. Arcane Leech. Creature within 5 feet of the eel. Make a con save. DC. What should the DC be? 14? I'm thinking 14. On a failure, if they any spell slots, they lose highest available. They have okay. A creature within 5 feet has to make a con save. On a failure, if they have any spell slots, they lose one of the highest available. They do not. They are carrying any magic items. The highest rarity item uses its magical properties. Should be 10 minutes or 1 minute? I think 10 minutes. Okay. If the eel is attached to a creature and it uses this feature, they make the save at okay. Maybe make it so that if a magic user doesn't have any spell slots, it burns out a mid-level slot so it doesn't come back next session. I don't want to be that much of it. But well, you could do something like that, but that's harsh. If the target has no spell slots and no magic items, they take 2d8. How about that? Actually, no. Maybe we just don't even need that. I think we just get rid of that. I think we just let it just affect magic stuff. It doesn't need to do everything. That's fine. Creature spells heal gains, let's say +2 to its ace. This doesn't stat. And then we want arcane expulsion. Oh yeah, right. In their turn, creature can their action to attempt to move, kill. DC. I'll take it. Take a 14. Keep it at 14. Yeah, this is going to be the runaway feature. And I think that this feature is if the eel has consumed any magic in the last 10 minutes, it can release each creature in a 20-foot radius. Make a, I want to say Dex or Con. Let's say Con. Or take a number, or take, let's say 3d8 force damage plus 1 plus additional d8 for each level of the spell it consumed, or each rarity of the item list. The eel then rapidly flies, let's say, I mean, it could be 60 feet. How about that? How do we feel about that? Yeah, this is basically a fancy explosion dash action. But it can only do it if it has successfully consumed something. So the idea is, like, if this creature was going to be in your campaign, it would try to get it, it would follow your party sort of unknowingly until it got close enough to register what they were. And then it would quickly go in, try to bite someone, absorb their magic, and then dip out as quick as possible. So it could, like, fly in, attack them, and then fly away, but still sort of chase them. You know what I mean? Like, it's slowly eating them over time, you know? I feel pretty good about it. All right, I think it's good. I think that's it. Alrighty, let's give Ghost a little round of applause. Ooh. How long do they lose the spell slot until they recover it? So I guess depending on what class they are. If they're a warlock, short rest. If they're a wizard, if they use their arcane recovery feature, or long rest. But they just lose the spell slot. Oh. Kaboosh. All right, let's see. Did we get anybody new? Submitting anything? Nope. All right. Ready. The farting magic? Ah, yes. It is a farting magic. Yeah, it's, listen, and by the way, guys, just so you know, after this stream, I will post a link to this document I'm building in the description of the VOD on YouTube, and then I will also post it in my Discord. I have a channel in my Discord called, like, Event Homebrew, and every time I do one of these, I make a post that includes the document and a list of all the things that we made in that document. So you will be able to find all of this homebrew for you, for your use right now. Or not right now, but at the end of stream. In the VOD or in the Discord. Buggita. Bow. Lyras. Alright, Lyras. What you got for us today? Let's see. Lyris, what do you have to tell us about your campaign? It's a kind of steampunk world. The players have an airship, are level 5, currently on a continent in the process of kinda being colonized. Currently in a city. Last session we left off with the players in a city arena, but they have a mission to go explore some ancient ruins. And I wanted to have a type of Firebird nesting in there. And I'm not sure about the boss in there yet, probably the brood mother, but I don't know about the stat block and details. Please tell me you didn't tell us what level your party is. Lyris. Oh, you did. Level 5. Level 5. Okay, so you want to do like a Firebird boss? All right, the first thing that I'm going to do. Okay. Let's get everything where it needs to be. Okay. I'm going to be honest, man. I don't know if you need homebrew for this. Like, if we want to do a Firebird boss, there are some really good fire-based creatures in D&D already. And I'm going to say, I think it actually might make sense to look to some of those first before we build anything. Because, and I talk about this on stream, you don't, if the thing already exists, you don't always need to build it. So let's just skim a little bit. What sort of level 5 fire-related things can we find? There's an Arclight Phoenix. That's level 12. There's Animated Breath. This is going to be a thing that we could potentially pull ideas from. I want to look Azers. Ooh, Cinder, that's me. I want to look at some fire giant stuff. That's really big, but we're not necessarily gonna take anything that it has, but maybe we'll get an idea from it. There's the Djinn. Actually, the Afridi is what we were looking for. Fire elemental, fire elemental. Let's grab the Phoenix. This is the Phoenix. We're not going to do this because it's a very high CR monster, but let's think about what this thing has in terms of how we can decide what we want to give our thing. Phoenix has a couple big features going for it. It's very fast. It's got a lot of resistances and immunities. It explodes in big fire when it dies. But the biggest thing that it has is probably how it can move so quickly and it sets things on fire when it moves into their space. So like if you are using a Phoenix in combat, you're probably going to have it like dip, dive, and dodge through stuff to set them all on fire. I don't actually know if that's going to be the move here. So I think we're not going to take advantage of that idea. I think we could pull some stuff from the fire elemental for sure. I don't think we're going to pull anything from the Ifrit. It's the wrong creature. I don't think we need anything from that either. Okay, I'm thinking if we want to do a Firebird. I think we're going to grab a... We're going to look at... Here, we're going to go to Monstrosities. Where's Monstrosities? We're going to go to CR... 4 through 6. We're looking for things that look like birds. None of you are birdie. Birds, birds. Harpy. Actually, Harpy Matriarch might be a really good one to build it off of. Alright, Harpy Matriarch, what's your deal? Mediocre, 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 mediocre. You can do the thing where you lure creatures. We could actually do something very similar to this and make it work. So what we could do is we could take the Harpy, get rid of the luring Maestro, luring Song, all of these things, and essentially make it sort of like it has this like intensity of fire when you're too close to it. So instead of it being when you're within 60 feet of it, you have disadvantage on stuff against its song. I'd probably make this 30 feet, and you could maybe have disadvantage against its like big fire stuff. So the idea is like if you get too close to this thing, it's like bad. That could work. What book is this in? Okay, you might not have access to this. Okay. Let's start building your boy. Firebird boss. Okay. It's gonna be a large bird, large elemental thing. Strength, Dex, Con, Wisdom, Int, Charisma. I think this thing is going to have a pretty strong strength. We're going to give it a 16 in strength. It's going to have less dex than you'd think because it's not super nimble. It's going to be like a big bird. So I think we're going to go 13 dex. We'll go 16 con. I think wisdom will go high, 16. Oops. Don't need all these spaces. Intelligence can be pretty low. Let's give it a 7. And for charisma, we'll give it a 5. Okay. Could have the ability to cast Fireball. That's true. AC, HP. I think this thing's AC is going to be slightly lower. I think we're going to give its AC 14. We'll say natural armor. If you ever want to not do the dexterity for the AC, just do that. It's large, so it's going to do D10s. 16 is plus 3. So if it does 10, that's 55 plus... No, it's 45 plus... That's 70 something. It probably should have more than 70 hit points. So let's say if we do 12... If we do 12 D10... That's 5.5 times 12. No, that's 4.5 times... No, I'm right. It's 5.5 times 12. 5.5 times 12 is 55 plus 11. 66. 66 plus... What's 12 times 3? 24? Nope, 30 something. 30 what? 12 times 3 is 32? 34? 30 numbers? 36? 36, there we go. Any one of you were going to be smarter than me for a second. All right. I didn't want to have to figure it out. Okay, what's 66 plus 36? 96, 102. Is that enough hit points for a boss? It is if we give it some other crazy stuff. It is if we give it some other crazy stuff. Okay, so that's actually probably going to be fine. Okay, skills. I think we give it insight. No, we'll give it perception. And that's going to be plus 6. I was thinking, yeah, it's going to have some... Fire Shield is kind of exactly what I was thinking. This is going to be CR5. Resistances, poison, immunities, fire, senses, movement. Let's take 20 foot. Let's make it fast. 80 foot. Vulnerability to lightning due to flying. There's a whole lot of creatures that fly. Almost none. There's very rarely is flight associated with vulnerability to lightning, and this is like a fire elemental creature. So I feel like we don't need that. Passives. Fire aura. We're just gonna literally copy it from the fire elemental. That's fine. It does sound like a Pokemon, yeah. And then I think we also want to give it maybe fire absorption. Okay. Whenever the Firebird... What do we call this thing? Firebird. would take a fire damage. It gains that many temp HP instead. While it has any temp HP in its way, its fire aura deals an additional 1d10 fire damage, and it has. So the idea is that it gets stronger with fire. We're actually building something very similar to the little worm we just made in that regard, but that's okay. Okay, I think those are all the passives it needs. Actions. Peck of flame. It's not a phoenix. I don't think it needs to explode on death. We're not trying to. If we're gonna make exactly the phoenix, then I would just say use this, but lower all the stats. Wouldn't be worth building it. What is its dex? Oh no, it's gonna be strength based. 3. I think we're gonna actually make it strong. The boss. So this is gonna be a plus 6 to hit. Okay. And then let's say it does. Reach. Let's say it does. How much fire damage? This is just going to be, let's say it does 1d8 plus 3 piercing and 3d dire damage. 1d8 plus 3. What is that? 4.5 plus 3. So it's like 8-ish. And this is going to be 3.5 times 3 is a little over 9, so it's like 10-ish. Wings. Eat. Let's see. The Firebird flaps its wings. All creatures in a, let's say, 20-foot cone emanating from it. Make a dex save. DC 13. Take 4d6 fire damage and be blinded. Next turn. Cool. And then we also need this thing to have a couple sort of boss elements. This is going to be a boss. So I'm thinking this is going to be a recharge feature. Sort of like a dragon's breath attack. Back. Twice. Okay. Available. And then it's going to have some legendary. I don't think it needs layer actions. The only time that I give a creature layer actions is if I feel like the creature really is designed to be empowered by its layer. The way that this person put this request in, it really sounds like a bird that's just kind of roosting. So I think legendary actions is probably okay. Let's say I can take 3 legendary actions. 1 action. its peck attack. 1 action. It flies up to its movement speed. Unity attacks. And then I think this will be 2 actions. It deals... it screeches. Lets out a big wave of heat. All creatures, including Firebird, take fire. Take, let's say, 1d12. All creatures within 30. So this way it can do this to, like, activate its own fire absorption. Okay. I'm feeling pretty good about that. Little fun little Firebird boss. I don't know if it needs a lot more. I don't think it needs Fireball, man. It's doing a 30-foot AoE of fire. It's doing a 20-foot cone AoE of fire. It doesn't need another AoE of fire. Like, very redundant. I think that's good. I worry if I give it too much more, it'll be too much. Also, another thing to note here, this is damage, is not a saving throw or an attack roll. This is just automatic damage, which I think is kind of fun. Don't get too close. It just burns everything around it. All right. Cool. I don't really have more thoughts on that one. I think that one's pretty good. Lyrus, thank you for sharing. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. Alrighty, let us see. Did anybody else submit anything before we spin the wheel again? I also need to get a new drink. Finished mine and I'm getting thirsty. One more submission. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm going to refill my drink. You guys can look at the wheel and pray to it for a moment, okay? Just be nice with your prayers. Now we've come to an interesting part of the night. And it's going to be a challenge for me, I think. And I don't really know the best way to address it without just talking about it. So I'm going to talk about it. We have just made 1, 2, 3 sort of NPC monster type creatures. I don't really want to make another monster type creature right now. But I have no control over what we spin on the wheel. If I was a larger streamer, if I was somebody that had a team, like some of the other larger streamers do that run contests or events like this, they would have gone through this list and picked what things we would look at to make sure that that sort of situation wouldn't happen. But I don't really have that. And I like the anybody can get picked at any time. So what I need to do is I need to figure out how to be excited when inevitably the next thing that gets spun on the wheel is a request for a monster. And maybe that means that we will go about it a slightly different way. Maybe that means we will focus in on something different. Maybe it means we won't write it out in the same way. I'm not exactly sure, but that's where my head is at. Is that, my God, I would love if the next thing wasn't a monster. But I feel like it's going to be, because when I look at the submission forms, almost half of the things asked for a monster. So we're going to see. But this is just me being honest with you, chat. This is the moment where if we were doing homebrew reviews, this is the moment where I just read 3 monk subclasses, and I don't want to read another one. That's the moment we're at. No, it's not too late to submit. It's not too late to submit at all. Sebastian, that would mean I would need to make a different form and a different wheel for every single thing. And that's a very kind thought that you have, that would work, but you are acting under the assumption that not only is that extra work reasonable to do, but that you, the audience, would follow that correctly. Because I will tell you that every time I try to add any layer of complication or nuance to these forms, they are not filled out correctly. Because y'all don't read. Just the way it is. It's not that some of you are pretty stupid. That all of you are pretty stupid. You shouldn't feel bad. You know? It's like, oh, it doesn't really matter if you can't see. You're in a world of blindness. You know, you're all blind. Anyway, let's spin this again, and let's all pray that each of you can pray that your piece gets picked, and I will pray that we don't have to make another monster. Yeah. But if we do, we're going to rally, and we're going to work together, and we're going to be excited, because we don't want that person to feel like a bad that we picked their things. That would suck. We want everyone to feel good. So we're going to rally. We're going to make it work. Bug it, a 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 bug. You can change it if you want to. You can edit the submissions. Bug it, a bug it, a bug it, a bug it, Brewski. Brewski, did you ask for a monster? I bet you did. $10 said Brewski asked for a monster. Oh, yeah. No, you don't need to change it, buddy. You don't need to change it. Let's see what Brewski's. Brewski, what do you say? You say, you have 4 players who are around level 5. There's a fly in my room. The campaign is a mix of Waterdeep Dragon Heist and Vecna, Eve of Ruin. Okay. The party 10, I'm building up to Vecna to be the big bad after this fight. Ooh. The party attends the coronation of Raynar Never some random fucking name. The estranged son of Dagult. Another random fucking name. The former open lord of Waterdeep. During the ceremony, after Raynar gives a rousing speech about rooting out corruption, the leader of Waterdeep, Vecna cult, steps forward from the crowd in a fit of rage. He reveals himself to be half undead, half human creature, and the true leader of the cult. Though the party has encountered him before under various guises, this is the first time he truly revealed his identity. He speaks in a whisper that seems to paralyze. Rainier mid-sentence, the fight begins. I think you maybe had a half aneurysm as you were writing that, because that sentence part. Is there anything specific that you really want or need? An ability to steal people's memories and proficiencies for a limited amount of time. The cult leader has abilities that are whispers that function similar to Beholder's eye rays, as if his mouth is being controlled by Vecna himself. Wait, did you make this already, or are you saying that you're talking about it like it's something you've already built? I'm confused. Be able to affect surrounding crowds of nobles and... Okay. As if his mouth was being controlled by Vecna himself. Be able to affect the surrounding crowd of nobles with an aura that influences them, as long as he continues to speak, causing mind-altering effects. Brucey, I see you in the chat. Did you make this before, or are you just very specifically saying what you want it to be? I do usually say no paragraphs. No, just the ideas if you want with working. Okay. Okay. So let us see here. So we're building a death cult guy. Let's get the main info in that we need. Death cult guy. Okay. Okay. Level 5 party. I don't care about any of that. Half undead. Noble type. What else? Whispers, auras of madness. Think that's all the information that we really need. Yeah. Okay. So, there's a couple things that this reminds me of immediately. The first is the whatchamahoo's it? I can't believe I forgot their name. The creatures, they are the elf. They're the Fey warrior. What are they called? The fucking Eladrin. This sounds like it could be an Eladrin. So if you're not familiar with the Eladrin, they are essentially embodiments of the different courts of the Fey. And they all have this aura of presence that affects creatures in different ways. I think this is almost exactly what we want this thing to be. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to basically copy this aura mechanic, but with the caveat of it shuts down if he cannot speak or is in areas of silence. Is silenced, like through a silence spell. And we're going to, instead of leaning into the Fey stuff, we're going to do undead. But this is going to be sort of the building block we build it on. Not going to be quite this strong because it's because it's for level 5. Okay. So, we don't his name is Norman. No, that wasn't his name. What did you say his name was? Raynar. Raynar the Whisper. The Whisper Man. That's his name. Excuse me. Maybe tendrils of whispers, not aura. Mechanically, what would the difference be? Okay, let's see. It's gonna be a medium undead. Half technically, but still. This way, things that affect undead will, you know, it'll proc as undead in ways that'll matter mechanically. Okay. We're just going to copy these guys very similarly, at least initially. We're going to say AC 19 is too high. We're going to say AC 16. HP. We're not going to worry. Speed. Skills. Resistances. Unities. Sensitives. Okay. This is gonna be a. This guy is gonna be a very charismatic undead. So he's not gonna be super strong or super dex. So I think he's gonna have strength 12, dex 14, con 16, int 10, wisdom 10, 12, and then his charisma is going to be 18. All right, here's our stats. I think we're going to start with this guy. I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to do the math for the hit points. I don't want to anymore. I'm getting bored of all the technical stuff. So we're going to start with his hit points around 75. You can do the math for that if you want. We're going to give him a speed of 30 feet. Skills. Perception. Insight. Persuasion. Insight. Deception is going to be plus 7. Persuasion is going to be plus 7. Insight is going to be plus 4. No. Yeah. 16. Immunities. Poisoned. Charmed. We don't need to listen. Poisoned. Poison damage. Poisoned condition. Charmed. Boom. Okie doke. So he's a squishy little fuck. Okay? It's okay if he's a squishy little fuck. This is going to be magic. Okay. So the first thing that we want to do, keeping in mind, guys, this is not just an undead. This is like a secret undead. So he needs some stuff that helps him be secret undead. We'll call this feature Weekend at Bernie's. Oh, I hate this song. Playing for a while, and I thought it was going to get better. And yeah, take me on a journey. No, Weekend at Bernie's. Weekend at Bernie's is a much better title. Any spells or magical effects that will reveal what's his name? Raynor. Head. Fail. No, I think that'll still work. Okay, boom. Weekend at Bernie's. He just seems alive. Seems alive. Other passive. Whispers of madness. Any creature of Raynor's choice that starts its turn within 60 feet of him must make a wisdom save. DC 14. A failure. They are maddened. Oh yes, they're maddened. What does that mean? Let's break it down. 1. They cannot differentiate friend from foe. Everything is 1. All creatures seem hostile. 2, they have disadvantage on... They have advantage on any checks to contest being calmed, such as the calm emotions spell or attempted persuasion checks. So basically they are just like, everything's evil. Don't use the madness table. Madness table's fucking garbage. The madness table is not nearly as good as you're gonna think it is. Don't use it. Instead of rolling on the madness table, you have 2 choices to make, always. We're making one of those 2 choices here. You can use it if you want to. This is my opinion. But I would say choice 1 is make your own madness table. And make sure you understand what the effects are and enjoy using them. Or 2, instead of having a madness table, just create the environment for madness, which is all creatures seem hostile, and it is really hard to calm these guys down. If Raynar is silenced, such as with the silence spell, or someone choking him out, covering his mouth, these effects immediately, and that's how you turn it off. Do we want to give him anything else? Because I do think from the description that we got from this guy that he's not really a fighter. Like, he probably has minions. He should be squishy. I don't think he needs to have a lot of hectic stuff. Like, maybe we give him, how about this? Voice of the Dead. Raynar has advantage on any charisma or wisdom checks related to death. Death and the undead. Related to topics of death and the undead. So he's just like, he's a wordsmith with the stuff that he's talking about. I think that's probably fine. Let's give him some actions. How about this? Empower. Undead creatures. That. No, we can just make that part of his whisper. Oh. Undead creatures within the aura add 1d4 necrotic damage to all of them. Yes! So he empowers the undead as well. Should he be adding... Okay, question. Should it be adding... It's going to be one of two things. Should the aura add damage to the undead? Should it add to the attack roll of the undead? Or should it give the undead defenses? Because it could be... I think it's either 1d4 necrotic damage, or undead can add 1d4 to their saving throws within the aura. And I'm not sure which one I like more. You know? I think we make it saving throws. They're saving. Yeah. Just saving throws. Just saving throws. So it's not going to affect their AC, but it will affect them against like Fireball or Turn Undead and stuff like that. Hello, Unholy Unknown. Yeah, don't overcomplicate it. You know why it's overcomplicating to say every hit they take gives them +1 AC until their next turn? Because that's a lot of individual numbers you have to keep track of. And also, AC scaling gets to a point very quickly where the game breaks. AC really isn't designed in such a way for you to be able to make it go super high or super low. Like it's bounded accuracy is basically what that means. But it's a gaming logic. Okay, I like this aura a lot. This is coming together nicely. What mechanics? Okay, so let's think about what actions this guy should have. Okay, you guys, I realized what I needed to do to enjoy making more monster stat blocks. And I once we did that, it was fine. And it was just I didn't want to have to do all the math. I just wanted to tell you what the end of the math was instead of showing you how I got there. And that makes me feel much more reasonable. Because coming up with features like this is fun. Doing all the math sucks. Okay, so I think this guy's going to have a couple special moves. I think he's going to have at will. I think he's going to have spellcasting. He's going to have innate spellcasting. That's not going to be in the actions. It's going to be up here. It's going to be charisma based. So that means it's going to be what? 8 plus 3 plus 4. What's 8 plus 3 plus 4? 15? And then that's going to be plus 7 to attack. At will, he's going to have a vicious mockery, false life, only get 3. He's gonna have vicious mockery. He's gonna have false life. He's gonna have what's the one that you shoot it? Chill touch. No, that's not what I wanted it to be. What's the poison one that you shoot? It's a level 1 spell. Could be a level 2 spell, but I think it's level 1. Ray of Sickness. And then he's gonna have 3 times. Gonna have 3 per day spells. Gonna have Bane. No, Poison Spray is a cantrip. Gonna Bane. I think he's gonna have. Fear is good for once a day, but not for 3 times a day. I want to keep these to 1st or 2nd level spells. Let's think. What would else be good for him to get? What's a good ghoulish? What's a good ghouly spell? Get ghoulish here. Darkness is fine. No, Silvery Barbs is just mean. What am I doing this stream? We're making homebrew for people so you can send in a form where you tell us about your D&D campaign and we make you some homebrew. So right now we're making a like an undead nobleman. Oh, maybe the last one is disguise self. Actually, maybe that's one's 3 times per day. And then once per day is gonna be fear. Something else. Summon undead. Okay, I think that's pretty good. Okay, he's got multi-attack. Oh, charm person, true. Charm person is... Let's actually make that a 3 times per... And this one will be infinite. Describe charm Persian. Okay. He can cast vicious mockery. Oh. He can use any of his infinite use spells. Make either a penknife or secret crossbow. We're gonna give him a penknife and a secret crossbow attack. So the idea is he should say at will. So he could use Ray of Sickness penknife or Vicious Mockery penknife or whatever. What's the context for this homebrew? The context is they were making a secret leader of a death cult who's been hanging out with nobles and making them go crazy. Okay. Penknife. Melee. What's his bonus to hit? It's not going to be that good. 4, that's going to be plus 5 to hit. 1d4 plus 2 damage. Ooh. Guys, quick! Somebody tell me why this is 5 and not 2, or 5 and not 4. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Why is the average of 1d4 plus 2 5 and not 4? Why? Why? Why is that? Who knows? Come on, come on. Yeah, the 0.5, because the average of 1d4 is not 2, it is 2.5. Because it's not a scale of 4 to 0, it's a scale of 4 to 1. That 1 makes the middle of this 0.5, and you round up, exactly. And 1d4 necrotic damage. But how about this? If the target is surprised, they take an additional, let's say, 3d8. They cannot gain HP. End of the... So it's like you can do a secret stab. Ka-cha! Crossbow. Secret crossbow. It's the math is going to be almost exactly the same. Plus 5 to hit. Oops. Keep hitting the wrong button. Range. Make it 30, 120. 1d6 plus 2 piercing damage. Quick, who can tell me what the average of 1d6 plus 2 is? What do you think it is? What do you think it is? What's 4 plus 2? 6. Boom. Done. and the target must make a save DC. A failure. They are poisoned. While poisoned in this way, they treat all undead creatures as non-hostile and cannot willingly attack or... How does it work with the charmed? Oh. They are charmed by undead. How about that? So, if you're charmed by this thing, you just can't willingly harm any of the undead, regardless of what they're doing to you. They can remake the save whenever they take damage and at the end of each of them. Okay, I think that's pretty solid. Now, this is going to be a boss, but Brewski's in the chat, so I'm going to tell you, Brewski, I'm not building this like a full boss. Like, I am building this with the assumption of this guy is going to have a lot of minions with him. If this was a 1v4 fight, this is not a really strong boss. This boss is really relying on him having minions. So we're going to give him some legendary actions. Because, you know, why not? We love a legendary action. So here's what I'm going to say. I think we have 3 actions. Here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking 2 actions. Cast a spell. 1 action. Deal. I want to do something where they can, like, either... I like the idea that they can use their minions to heal themselves. So what if it was like 1 action? They can deal target undead creature within 30 feet takes 3d6 damage and Raynar heals. Something like that. Because he could do this a lot, realistically. Do we want to give him a way to summon minions? Or do we feel like this is enough? Oh, maybe... No, he's... Okay. Raynar forces a creature under the influence of his maddening aura to use their reaction to make a weapon attack against. How about that? I like that. I think that could work pretty well. I think this is going to be a fucking nasty fight, to be honest. This aura is fucking brutal. This aura is brutal. But I think it works well. Your party, I think if... Okay, this is going to work well. It's going to be brutal. It's going to work well. The key to making this feel fun is that allowing your players to be logical about the hostile thing. And it's... This aura doesn't mean everybody attacks only the good guys. and the good guys only attack each other. So when you're running this, if you have a party member that's surrounded by monsters, this is not really going to affect them in that moment. They're probably still going to just attack the monsters. So I think as a dungeon master, in order for this to work, you're just going to have to be thoughtful about how you implement this specific part. But I think it'll work well. I think it'll work really well. I think we're good. I don't really have any more thoughts. I like how this came together. I really like the aura. I think the aura is solid. I like this. This is fun. I think this is really fun. Yeah, this will be good. All right, Brewski. Thank you very much for sharing. Let's give Brewski a round of applause. See, Brewski, you didn't have to send in something new. We made it work. Come on now. Thank you for the request. Oichi mama. Oichi mama. I gotta. I closed the door. Oh fuck it! Why is our room getting so hot? The door is closed. Oichi mama. All right. So. I turned my AC on for a second. I apologize. It's gonna do white noise, but I need to just refill the room with cold air or I'm gonna fucking die. All right, now let's see. Thank you, Brewski. Let's see if we got any more submissions. One more from the Dear Flubber Muffin. Boom. Boom. Alrighty. So, yes, if you are new here, I'll give everybody a moment. If you're new here, there is a form that is both in my Discord in the announcements as well as in the video description on YouTube. You basically send in some homebrew. No, excuse me. You fill out the form and tell us what you want us to make, and we do our best to make something like that on stream. To be fair, a lot of what we're making here is designed for the purpose of usability, less for the purposes of looking super nice. So, like, for example, in the monster we just made, this guy, I didn't do the math for his hit points. I just gave him 75. That being said, if you, so just keep that in mind. It's less of a super everything and more like you could use this tomorrow. And it doesn't matter if we did the math for the hit points, you just know the number. You still use it. And anybody can submit anything they want. No rules. Oh my god, Michael got Emma to Lord. Let's go! I've been playing Marvel Rivals pretty intensely with my buddy Michael. And he plays Emma. He just got her to Lord. That means a lot to somebody. Let's give people a couple more seconds to put something new on the wheel if they want to. And then we will spin again. I play 2 characters on Marvel Rivals more than anyone else. Can you guess which 2 I play? I'll give you one clue. Neither one are particularly popular in the meta, and people don't love when either show up on their team. But I don't care, they are the 2 that I like. What is this wheel for, and how do we join? This wheel, my dear evil genius Lex, is a way for you to send in a request. These are all people that have sent in requests for me or us to make some homebrew for them. And you find the submission form in the announcement section in my Discord. It's pretty easy to get to. It's just click that little link and then you're there. Or if you're watching on YouTube, in the video description on YouTube. See ya, Unholy Unknown. So yeah. That's what it is. People send in a request for homebrew. We make it. So far, what did we make today? Let's see. And then at the end of the stream, I share the document with everybody. So it'll be in the video description on YouTube, and it'll be up in my Discord. So far today, we made... Let's see. A wind bone whistle that summons a little pet dog. An NPC idea for like a mobster called the Dentist. An arcane eel that dashes in and out of combat, eating people's magic. A Firebird boss that has a big fire aura. And then a death cult guy that empowers the undead around him and makes people go mad and start fighting each other. Jeff, no. Hulk, no. Spider-Man, no. All good guesses. I really want to be good with Jeff. Not with Jeff, with Spider-Man. But there's no way. Wolverine, no. My two favorite characters, my number one favorite character by far is Moon Knight. Yes. The Moon! I love Moon Knight, and I'm pretty fucking good with him. And everybody that says that Moon Knight's trash, they haven't played with a good Moon Knight. There's occasions where Moon Knight is not the strongest pick, but I'm quite good with Moon Knight. I'm medium good with Moon Knight. I like being Moon Knight. And then the other character that I've been really enjoying is fucking Ultron. I really like Ultron. The way that his attack works, for whatever reason, I have a much easier time aiming with it than almost any attack I've ever used in anything in it. His little... It's like the most satisfying thing to land a hit with. So I've been playing him a shit ton. Which is good because I never liked any support characters before. I couldn't really enjoy any of them. So now I have a support I enjoy. I don't really have any tanks that I enjoy. I was playing the Thing for a while, but he really does not feel fun to play this season. So now I'm back to not having any tanks that I like playing. All right, did anybody else send anything in while I was going on my little rant? Yes, they did. See, there was a logic to it. It wasn't just a... Yeah, the moon haunts us all. The moon haunts us all, friend. Hey, guys, I think this new way of multi-streaming just works. I don't think we dropped any... I don't think this call has been dropped at all. I think we're just in it. I think we're just in it to win it. It's lovely. All right. Do we spin the wheel? Probably. Bugadoo, 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 bugadoo. You have a personal question? Yeah, you can ask. Bugadoo, 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 bugadoo. Thawed. We'll do you in a second, Thawed. Let's see what personal question is. I'm curious, what is your occupation or what industry do you worked at while streaming? Is it easy or tough to do so? Streaming is not what I do for a living, but YouTube in general is what I do for a living. I am very lucky, knock on tabletop, that I make enough money to survive largely through YouTube Shorts, believe it or not. I used to make more money off of Twitch stream and YouTube stream, and this is not in any way I'm not asking for anything when I say this. The way that I run streams now, and the frequency in which I stream, I just get a lot less financial support on streams than I used to. So all the streaming is really intended mostly for like community. Like I'm usually doing these because I'm trying to like build community more than like this is what I'm doing for money. The main way that I make money is my YouTube Shorts and YouTube longs and occasional sponsorships. Is it easy or tough to do so while streaming? Kinda. Sometimes it depends. The hardest part of my job is scheduling. So I'm not beholden to anyone, which means that it's totally I'm the only one that, like, if I don't do any work, I don't make any money, and I'm the only one that is making myself do work. So, like, for example, I have to tonight, I was deciding, I didn't decide tonight, but with tonight, I had to decide I'm going to spend tonight focusing on doing a stream as opposed to spending tonight focusing on editing a video. So there's a little bit of like a give and take in terms of like how much streaming is reasonable. I used to stream a lot more. I'm very actively only streaming like 2 days a week right now, mostly because of the fact that I need to be spending time doing other things that are more financially viable. If it ever changes and stream becomes like a big money maker, I'm sure I will stream a lot more. But that's what it is. Did that answer your question? Hopefully. So it's always been in media and streaming? No. I used to be a teacher a long time ago. I was a preschool teacher, believe it or not. And then I did some like writing work where I worked as like a writing. I like ran writing workshops, sort of at the same time as I was doing that. And then I got a job as like a community manager type person in one of those like downtown shared workspaces. I was that for a while. And then I quit that job and decided I was going to be somebody that was a Twitch streamer. And then after several months of failing at Twitch streaming, I started to succeed at YouTubing for whatever reason. And that's what it is. Yeah, exactly, Snow Saber. Yeah, exactly. Data, my man! How's it going, buddy? I hope you're doing well. Yeah, no problem. I'll tell you what, if preschool teachers... Oh, what is this song? Fuck you. Get out of here. These songs are going in that direction. We lost the plot. We lost the plot. Get back to chill guitar. If being a preschool teacher, if you made money being a preschool teacher the same way that you make money in most industries, and the ceiling of how much money you could make was closer to more financially viable industries, I probably would have been a preschool teacher forever. I'm a multimillionaire? No. I'll tell you what, I made a lot more money when I worked in community workspaces. I make about as much money now as I made when I was being a preschool teacher. And I quit being a preschool teacher because I made such little money. But now, instead of making such little money and having to get up at like 6 a.m. every day and then being a teacher for 8 to 9 hours and then doing lesson plans and stuff, now I just get to live on my own schedule and talk about monsters forever. Even though I'm making way less money than I made when I was working more corporate stuff, I prefer it. At this point in my life, I don't think I could actually ever do any real jobs ever again. Because I don't remember what it's like to have a boss or like deal with people that I don't want to deal with in a workspace. Anyway, Thawed! What do you got for us today? Let's take a look. Ooh, Thawed is looking for an encounter. In a grimdark setting, they are fortifying their house against the Scourge, a nightly plague of monsters. Meanwhile, they're trying to avoid the church's attempts to recruit them to hunt said monster. Why are they trying not to hunt the monsters? The city is full of various cults, and I would like the interaction ideally. I would like an interaction ideally with one or someone related to one. Okay. Plague monster cults. Plague monster cult encounter. All right. Let's think about this. Whenever I build an encounter, there's almost always an immediate idea that's like, oh yeah, it should totally be that. And then that's usually not the best idea. So my first thought is like, you know, you come upon some travelers that are seeming like they need help. But it's like you know, it's like a road, you know how in like you see those YouTube videos of people like waving down cars on the highway and then like jumping them, trying to take their car. I'm thinking maybe something like that. That seems too obvious, and I kind of want to not do that. But I like that idea. I like the direction of the encounter is them facing some element of either misdirection or experiencing the cult in a way where it's not obvious that it's a cult immediately. You know what I mean? Oh, this is definitely a real job. I work more hours now than I ever did at any of my other jobs, but I also am in total control. So I have a lot of freedom. Like, for example, I'm wearing these stretchy yellow pants. I don't know if you can see them on stream. They're very cozy. And I'm wearing them because I want it to feel very cozy. I wouldn't be able to wear these at work normally, probably, if I worked in an office. Things like that. Or I could just wake up whenever I want, so long as I get my work done. My favorite thing about this job is everything is like due date based, you know? Yeah. I used to be, when I was a preschool teacher, it was really rough when I was a preschool teacher because I had to be at school by like 7 for kids to get dropped off for early care because it was a preschool. And it's not like you have to be there at 7. You have to be there and awake and present because parents only really see you as a teacher at the beginning of the day and the end of the day. So they want the confidence to drop their child off with you. So it's not like you're just like, hey, good morning. You're like, hey, good morning. How's it going? Who's ready to start the day? Like, you have to be ready to go at 7. Same with at the end of the day. It doesn't matter how tired you are. You have to have like that really positive energy. So it was just like a lot. Just a lot. The best part is due date based, or the worst part is due date based, yes. There's no safety net, right? Like if I got COVID or was in a car accident or something and couldn't make videos for a couple weeks, I just would stop making money and make 0 money until I was able to make videos again. It's like, that's a little scary. But it's okay. I don't really... The fear that's worth it. Speaking of fear that's worth it, let's talk about these plague monster cults. Let's remind me what you said. They're fortifying a house against scourge. Okay. So I think maybe the encounter. What if the encounter? Okay. Idea. You love my content and my enthusiasm. Well, I love you. Here, wait. If you really love me, then you'll race me right now. Ready? Set. Go. Did you race me? I hope so. Okay. So what if it's there's a... Okay, here's what I'm thinking. What if while they're traveling around trying to find stuff, the party encounters another adventuring party trying to... What's the word you used? Fortify. Not an adventuring party, another group. Trying to fortify. The party encounters a group trying to fortify their home against strange night creatures. The group seems homely, friendly, and woefully ill-equipped. Right. this is more of a Dungeon Master note, they should seem like a burden for the party if the party were to stay and help them. So like truly just like they're just not at it. Why is that harder than it looks? Welcome to life, baby boy. Plague monster made of multiple limbs, and the cultists can sacrifice themselves to it to give them life with the monster. I think it's a really cool idea, Data. We did just build like 4 or 5 monsters, so I would love for this encounter to not require us to build another monster. We just built this monster and this monster. So we're going to make this a monsterless encounter. Or rather, an encounter that isn't using any homebrew monsters we have to build. Okay. The party investigates. Let's see. Interaction things. Insight. I'm gonna write this like a sentence. Party investigates family. They can learn stuff. Well, duh, they can learn stuff, Cinder. Yeah, but you'll see. Investigation check. Insight. The group will ask for help. Any supplies or support the party can. They will be. They seem afraid and only somewhat trusting. Very reluctant, actually, into their house. Investigation check. Okay, so here's going to be the thing. Here's the thing. Party's going to have a secret. But I think the secret maybe is not going to be connected to the monsters. Investigation check. On a 15 plus, party can tell there was a back door to the house. Looks like it was boarded up and painted over. On a no, this could be on a 10 plus. Yes. On a 20 plus, the party can tell that. What'd you say? I was on this an hour ago. Yeah, I remember your stupid fucking ridiculous name, and I'm continuing to not include it in something that is irrelevant to what we're looking at the moment. But I do encourage you to keep suggesting it, because there might be a time where it does become relevant. But the Lizard Wizard, do you understand what we're doing with this stream? I don't understand why you keep making the same suggestion to this random fucking thing that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Are you just asking if I think it's a good idea? Because I did answer that question. But read the fucking room, my guy. Like, we're building something. We already have started. You know? Read the room. And to be honest, it is barely plague-related. In fact, I would go out of my way to say it's not that plague-related. The only way that it's plague-related is bugs. That's all. But again, you are more than welcome to keep suggesting it. I just will continue to disappoint you because it's totally not relevant to what we're making. Also, we talked about how we're not making a monster. But you're more than welcome to keep suggesting it. I'm just going to continue to ignore it. I just want you to know that I'm not ignoring it because I'm not seeing it. I'm ignoring it because I already addressed why we're not doing it multiple times. And I'm just not going to waste my breath on it anymore. But I see you. So you are seen. You're just being ignored. But not because I don't see you, but because I'm choosing to ignore you. Because you're choosing to ignore what we're doing. It's all about sort of back and forth together. You know, we're balancing on the same beam. You know what I mean? You don't have to apologize. I just want you to understand why I'm not using your idea. Because it's not really relevant to what we're talking about. Or to what I've been talking about for the past couple minutes. Okay. On a 20 plus, the party can tell that the party can tell that on a 20 plus inside the house, that there's a secret door behind the old painting. Grandma Withers. Insight check. On a 10 plus, the party can tell that the fam genuinely wants help and is really afraid to trust people. On a 20 plus, party can tell the fam are hiding. That they do not want to reveal. Let's wait monster concepts until we get to the monsters themselves. Acrobatics to crawl through the ceiling. I don't think we need to write that out. I'm not going to write out how you can use every single skill check to interact with the space. I think that if you want to crawl through the ceiling, you probably can just crawl through the ceiling. Okay. What is going on? This the family's youngest stole a golden goose. Stole a golden egg from a local noble. It has recently hatched into a small gold dragon. No, we're not going to do that. What's another good creature? Oh, fuck it. Small gold dragon. Super small. Baby small. You think it should be a goose? I like it being a dragon. They will do anything to protect it. They believe that it will be their salvation, but are afraid it will get taken. Okay, so things that can happen. If the party helps the fam board up their house. The fam will continue to live, and baby dragon will eventually be old enough. If the party convinces the fam to let them actually stay and help, the fam will afterwards, the fam will reveal the baby dragon to them. If the party refuses to help or ignores or etc., the house will be overrun, and now there is a plague infected dragon. If the party discovers the dragon, the fam will do everything in their power to convince the party to let them be, take them, etc. The fam legit is well intentioned with the dragon. They are the bad guy if your party tries to take it. Party is. Okay. If the party tries to take the dragon, it will also actively fight against them using breath weapon, anything at its disposal to escape them and turn the fam. Okay, this is a lot of caveats, but I don't care. If the family is killed after party takes the dragon, and the dragon finds out, it will quietly decide that the party is evil and will pretend to help them until it is strong enough to destroy them. Okay, how about that? Boom. Kind of a simple encounter in terms of not a lot of mechanics, but I think that especially when you're building a campaign where you're doing like siege stuff, you know, they're trying to protect this house over a long period of time. I think this will lead to some interesting shenanigans. I don't know what we were defending against. I'll tell you, the request that we got was, in the grimdark setting, they are fortifying their house against the Scourge, a nightly plague of monsters. So, the Scourge, a nightly plague of monsters. So, I'm assuming that this world has a Scourge, which is a nightly plague of monsters. So, what they're defending against doesn't matter. Yeah, I like this because not only could it take up a whole session, it could have, like, a pretty big impact on, like, Plague Monster World encounter. There's no cult. The cult left. We evolved past the cult. I think anything vampiric would be cool, so the only thing come at night. Well, they're not asking us to build what the plague monsters are, or the plague. And we don't know enough about it, I think, to inform that. But I think it's better to just make an encounter that exists within the space without needing to know all the super details. But yeah, I feel like this feels pretty good. I like. All right, Thod, thank you very much for telling us a little bit about your campaign and allowing us to make you an encounter that will lead to your party member either getting a friendly golden dragon or an enemy golden dragon. Thank you, thank you. Oh, wait, we need one more piece of information here. Note. The dragon... it doesn't want to. Okay. Maybe the only way I think the only way for the party to I think if the goal here for the party is to get a pet dragon, the only way they navigate into that space is if the party decides to help the family and the family gets killed in a way that the party doesn't seem like they intended to do it. I think otherwise the dragon is staying with the family. But regardless, that's a cool NPC to have. Like, if I was playing a D&D game and I learned about a weird family that lived down the street that was also trying to survive the plague, and they had a baby dragon that was helping them that also liked us, I think that's cool. I think that'll be fun. What's up? What's up, PC? How's it going, buddy? Patrick, I changed our schedule from today to yesterday because of tonight's stream, but I totally didn't have to because that recording took like 8 seconds. Ugh. All right. Where's my energy at? Where's my brain? How much juice do I have left in the tank? Ugh, that's the question, isn't it, chat? The problem with these streams is that they take a lot out of me. They're hard. They're a lot of G Fuel. I'm pretty good, Patrick. I really don't like playing little children in things because, I don't know, it feels... I don't like anybody playing children in anything, if I'm being honest. I think it's partly because I used to be a teacher, so I'm good at telling when people are really bad at playing children, and also because I just don't want children in the story unless it's like a written story. Like I don't want to do improv stories with children that much, but I am good at children's voices. I'm good at little kid voices. Not in terms of me sounding like I actually sound like a little kid, but I've heard a lot of kids talk a lot, so I'm good at their inflections. You just got here? I have 39 more minutes of energy. Okay, that sounds reasonable. Let's see if anybody else sent any homebrew or any requests. We got a couple more. Nice. Noise, as they say, as the children say. Oh man, this new way of multi-streaming is working so much better. Does it look does the stream quality look decent on Twitch as well as YouTube? Is it noticeably good or bad? Alright, doesn't matter. Buggada 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 boom. Archangel. Archangel, Archangel, won't you be my hand? I cannot find you all of the time. Archangel says, the world is a land where some are blessed by gods, and therefore each player gets special abilities from each god. Since there are multiple character things, I would instead like the first boss. The first boss is going to be a kaiju. The party discovers their blessings from this boss. Since the party is being assisted by a large portion of the Queen's military in this fight, I'd like you to design it to be with a range of level 20 players in terms of HP, but level 5 in terms of damage, so the party doesn't die instantly. Okay, you are now putting me in a very interesting position. I want an epic vibe and a mechanic where different body parts have different health, so the player can take out different body parts and weaken the boss. Wow, you're really asking for specifics. Okay, so here is my question, and chat, I'm gonna ask you here what I think, and although I know what answer I want to give, but should I give this person what they are asking for, or should I give them something that will work? Because what they're asking for will not be fun, and it will be overcomplicated and will not be well designed if I do all the things that they asked for. If I make a monster designed in any way for level 20 stuff, whether that's hit points or stats, giving it weaker attacks won't make it more fun to fight. And here's the reason why. It is not satisfying to hit a monster and deal 13 damage when that monster has 200 hit points. And that's basically what you're going to be doing. This is the first boss. You don't want the first boss to be something that the party doesn't feel like they have an impact on. Remember, friend, this is not a game called Your Party and the Queen's Militia Save the Day. The adventure isn't called the Queen's Militia featuring 4 random assholes. It's a D&D party. Let them be the heroes. So I'm going to tell you right now, I fundamentally disagree with you building the first boss around them needing a whole army in order for that to actually work, you know? Like, that won't be fun. That won't be them being heroes. That'll be them watching the fight. You don't want them to be watching the fight. You want them to be doing the fight. So, I'm going to help you build a boss. And it's going to be a boss that has floaty arms and a head, like the bad guy at the end of Star Fox. But we're not going to build it the way you asked, because that genuinely isn't going to be fun. Sound good? I wouldn't want to be in a party with a dozen NPCs helping me either, because that would mean... Because let's play it like this. Let's play it like this. Let's play it like this. Let's say you have a party of 4 players. You have a dungeon master, okay? Let's say each player takes 3 minutes to take their turn. Just 3. Realistically, they're going to take more than 3 sometimes, but 3 is reasonable. Let's assume the dungeon master controlling the boss is going to take 4 minutes because they have a little bit more they need to think about. Okay? Because they're sort of running all the stuff while their other people's turns are happening, so they're not thinking about it. So just off of that, so 4 times 3, that's the players, that's 12 minutes. You add 4 to that, that's 16. Okay? Now, let's add another 1 NPC that the Dungeon Master is controlling. I would say that bumps it up at least another 2, if not 3 minutes on the Dungeon Master's turn. Okay? That's just 1 NPC, or 1 minion. Now, if you're having multiple minions, that sort of compounds, but you are still making those decisions. So let's say for every minion you add, you're going to be adding, assuming that they're all the same creature. If they're all different types, then it's more than this. But assuming they're all the same creature, each minion you add, you're adding between 30 seconds and a minute in terms of how much time you're taking up at the table. So that means that we are going to be doing our first boss fight. Our first boss fight. The players are going to probably need to wait between 20 minutes and a half hour before each of their turns. That's like a whole... That means between turns, they could watch an episode of It's Always Sunny. You know what I mean? So for all of those reasons and more, we are not going to be building exactly what you asked for. Cinder, can I ask you a question? Sure. Would it ever be fun to have a mechanic-based boss fight, like in any case at all? And if there is, how would I run it? What do you mean by a mechanic-based boss fight? I would say yes. but I don't know what that means. Do you mean a mechanic-based boss fight, like, where instead of you fighting a creature, you're contending with, like, a room that is, like, changing and you're dealing with mechanics that are changing? I would say yes, that could be very fun. Databank suggested you have the army do stuff on initiative count 20, and it deals XDX damage, and that would be fine. And I also agree, Data. But here's the problem. I agree 100%. That's the way to do it. But the issue is you're still dealing with a level 3, 4, 5 party. I would posit that I don't think it's fun if the army deals more damage than a player can deal. So let's say the Barbarian comes in at level 3. They deal 13 damage. That's a lot of damage for a level 3 character to deal with one swing. That's like they rolled probably like an 8 on their damage die for their battle axe. That feels pretty good. And then if you want the army to count as an army, it's likely going to be doing, 20 to 40 damage. It could be doing a lot of damage. And then the party feels like they're not the ones that are actually impacting the fight. You know what I mean? Or if they are impacting the fight, it's like minuscule. And then if you make the army do very little damage, it sort of feels like, well, why is this here? I think the best way to implement doing something with an army is to basically make it narrative. And you don't have to do this. There's books about running armies and stuff. MCDM has a whole book about it. I forget what it's called, but it's a good book. But when I'm doing big army fight things, I basically treat the fact that the armies are fighting as sort of like narrative things or skill check things so the party can get between the sort of spotlight fights they need to have. So instead of having like there's an army and the players all fighting together, it would be like, okay, there's this giant fucking monster. The army is distracting it. While the army is distracting it, you need to climb up the side of it while fighting its little creatures that come out of it until you get to its head so you can stab it in the eyes or whatever, like collect 3 items, like the only way you can kill it is through said mechanics and not actually fighting it. Yes, I think that is a great thing to do, Lizard. I would only say you have to be very thoughtful about what you make the parameters of death, because D&D is one of those games where players like being creative. They like having a lot of options. And if you do something like you can only kill this creature if you have this item and this item and this item, and you all use them at the same time, then you're basically saying all of the creativity and the fun has to come from them going and getting the items, and the fight that leads to them being able to hold them all up in the air and do the big command word. And that needs to really have a lot more fun and excitement to it, because suddenly there is a very obvious ending that is very black and white. They either do the thing or they don't do the thing. And that, some players don't like that. Okay. Long way of saying, we are going to be making you a Star Fox style, floaty head style boss for low tier. That's what we're making you. Love it or hate it. That's what you're getting. It's going to be awesome. Okay. Here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking the monster comes in 3 parts. I'm thinking we basically have, like, I think it's almost like more of an encounter than a monster. So I think we have, like, head features and features. Okay. This boss is 3 parts. 1 head, 2 hands. They share 1 HP pool. Actually, maybe they shouldn't share 1 HP pool. They each have their own HP pool, but share any conditions or effects imposed. example, one hand poisoned. Rest is okay. Head. Also, they are sharing stats. Okay. Strength, Dex, Con, Wiz, Intelligence, Charisma. Strength is going to be high, 18. Dex is going to be low, make it 10. Con is going to be medium, 14. Wisdom's going to be, I think, pretty low. I think this is going to be like a robot, so we're going to go kind of like dumb with it, I think. Maybe 8. Intelligence is going to be a little bit higher, 14, and Charisma is going to be kind of low too, 8. We're going to crank the Dex up to 20. Oh no, we'll make it 18. Okay. What other features are they sharing other than their stats? Let's think about this for a second. Its con save is going to be plus 4. We're just going to have a plus... No, we'll give plus 5. We'll give a plus 3 proficiency bonus. Wisdom plus... minus 1 plus 3 is 2. Immunities. Charmed, frightened. Poisoned. Okay. They share initiative. Do they share legendary actions? Yeah, they share everything. They share everything. This is one monster with 3 separate health pools, and that's everything else. Everything else is shared. Otherwise, we're building 3 separate monsters. I don't want to fucking do that. We could do layer stuff. Look at where we are. Why are you asking for layer stuff when we are this early? We don't even know what its ACs are yet. Okay. Head, AC, 16, HP, 45. Hands, AC, 14, HP. They should be less. 35, HP, 50. So that, is that too much? 135 hit points? That's a lot. Yeah, we gotta lower this. $25 plus 40 is 65, plus 40 is 105. Is 105 reasonable? This person is asking for something so nutty. We're not worrying about AC or anything. We're not worrying about CR. We're not worrying about CR. We're just making it so it works. I went on a whole 5-minute rant about why we're building it in a different way than they asked for it. Okay. The construct, for sure. Animated. 200 total. Data, I feel like you are behind in the video because you are responding to stuff late. I want the Data, you're having a conversation with yourself. I'm just going to ignore you until you catch up with the video. What size does it count as? Each? Large. I want this thing to be able to be defeated by the party. We went on a whole fucking thing about how it's stupid to make something where the party can't defeat it. So you're not going to build an HP pool of hundreds of HP because guess what? The party's not going to enjoy fighting that. Hey, isn't it really so much fun to deal minuscule damage while we watch some NPC the Dungeon Master controls takes the biggest hits? Wow, that's a really memorable first boss fight. No, it's not. That sucks. So we're giving this thing HP that is reasonable for a boss fight for level 3 players. Lizard, if you don't be nice to Data, I will ban you forever. You're new here, and Data has been here forever. Be nice to him. I already called him out. All of you need to be nice to each other, or shut the fuck up. Okay, just be nice. Just be nice. I'm allowed to tell you guys to lock in and to be mean to you, but only I am. It's your jobs, it's all of your responsibility to support each other. Okay, what else do we want this thing to have? Okay. Okay. Passives. Oh, it has to have movement speeds. I think we say 30-foot flying. Keep it simple. Hands could be 70 and head could be around 90. All right. Are you ignoring the part where we said multiple times that I feel like you just aren't listening to stream today, bud. How many times do I have to say the head is going to be smaller than the hands? All right. I'm ignoring. I love you, but I'm ignoring. Maybe this. The hands are 40 HP each. Yeah. Yeah. Passive. Individual. Little pieces. Each hand and the head. Targeted separately for attacks. When one piece loses all its HP, it is gone. And the floaty guy, what are we calling him? And the Star Fox boss monster loses the associated action. Okie dokie. Is there anything else we need to give this guy immediately? I don't think so. Let's get into the actions. Multi. The Star Fox boss can use either hand. Can use either slap or flick, slack or smash. And then eye beam. If available. Slap or slam. Good call, good call. I like smash, but I'll take slam. I'll switch it. I'll switch it for you. It is going to be hard to fight a flying creature, but the one thing you want to keep in mind is that 2 of the flying components aren't going to have ranged attacks. It's actually slap and slam. It is using all 3. The idea is that it gets all 3. Plus, what do we make it? 7 to hit, 6 to hit. Reach, 5 feet. Target. Let's say it does 2d6 plus 4 bludgeoning. .5 is 7 plus 4 is 11. And the target must strength save DC 13 or knocked back 15 feet. Slam. Almost the same. Opening. Bludgeon damage. All creatures within 10 feet of the target must make a strength save. Who's raiding me? Diana of the Rose! How is it going? How is it going? Hi! How are you guys doing? Well, let me introduce myself to you hooligans. Hi there! First of all, thank you for the raid. How are you doing? I hope you're lovely. My name is CinderBlocksally, and I do streams where we either review your D&D homebrew or write D&D homebrew for you. And that's what we're doing today. We are writing D&D homebrew for you. So there's a form that people can fill out. If you want to fill it out, you tell us what's going on in your campaign, what sort of homebrew you're looking for, and then we put it on a big wheel. We put it on this big wheel. And then we try to make you something. And the thing we are making right now is for this lovely feller Archangel, who was a little bit misinformed about running a boss fight, which is fine. But we are building them a Star Fox-style floaty head boss type for a low-tier play. That's what we're building right now. So the boss has 3 parts. A head and 2 hands. Okay? These are a bunch of the gobbledygook stats. We're done writing all the boring stuff. Now we're into the fun stuff. So we're coming up with the attack moves. Oh, yes. The attack moves. SCP-96 has led you here? What do you mean SCP-96 led you here? Did you find one of my old homebrews or something? Is that what's going on? Did you find some of my old homebrew on Unearthed Arcana? I have some old homebrew that is SCP related. Did you like it? I haven't looked. That's from years ago. Was it good or was it bad? I'm so curious. Ah, yeah, I made some SCP homebrew like 4 or 5 years ago. Maybe a little bit less than that, but a long time ago. Oh, whatever. Who cares? Doesn't matter. Diana, you don't got to watch my shit. Don't worry about it. But I'm glad it was highly topical. Anyway, thanks for the raid. So we're coming up with this boss fight that's like a Star Fox style boss. And it's basically, keep in mind, it's low party. So we're keeping everything kind of light for damage and stuff because this is going to be something that a level 3 party needs to be able to deal with. It's going to have 3 moves. One hand is going to slap. It's going to knock people back. It's going to have another hand that's going to slam, where everyone around it's going to have to make a saving throw or be knocked prone. We're also going to make that DC 13. And then it's going to have its eye beams. Eye blast. Did I say eye beam? Eye blast. And then we're going to call this one left hand. We're going to call this hand right hand. Then we're going to call this one head. Yeah. Ooh. Bongo bongo. Hell yeah. Okay. The head emits. I think we go in 3 directions. Okay, I think we want it to be a laser, like a wow. Like I think it should shoot a line. Emits a laser blast, laser blast, in a 5-foot by 60-foot line. Yes. Each creature in the way to make a... Do we want to make it con or dex? I think it should probably be dex. Dex save or take... Level 3 party, 4d6 maybe? 4d6 fire damage. We do not know. We were given limited information and a lot of very specific requests, but the problem is a lot of the requests we were given, I am 100% certain, would just lead to it being genuinely bad homebrew. So I am actively defying some of the requests in the hope that whoever uses this makes the encounter more fun than I worry it would have been initially. Because what they specifically asked for, is they want a monster that is roughly the equivalent of a power for a CR 20 monster, but they don't want it to hit super hard because they want the level 3 party to be able to deal damage to it. And they're saying it's going to balance because the party is fighting alongside an army. And what I said was that I don't think that's going to be fun because if the most damage you're dealing is like 10 to 13 and the thing has like 300 plus hit points, that's not going to feel satisfying for you. Even if the army is helping, it's going to be like, oh, the army deals 100 damage. We deal 12. It's like, that's not fun feeling. We want to be the heroes. So I think you should have the army there, do whatever you want, and then just have the army be there narratively and have this fight be the center point and then make the stats appropriate for that fight so the party can feel like they're having impact. That is my TED Talk. Your thoughtful advice was definitely thoughtful, Data. Don't worry. All right, the head emits a laser beam. 5 for right, because it takes 4 6 on a success. Take half. And we're gonna make this on a recharge. And it's gonna be on a recharge 4 to 6, which means that it's a more common recharge than a regular, like, Dragon's Breath attack. Okay. That's the basics of it, but we're going to do a little bit more. We do want this thing to have a legendary action economy, just a little bit, because it is going to be a boss. Now, oops, we don't need the legendary actions to be anything super hectic. In fact, I think it's only going to have 2 actions for its legendary actions. And I think 1... Oh my god, why are you shitting? Why are you sucking? Okay, there we go. Legendary actions. I think 1 is going to be make either a slam or a lap attack. Move 1 of the hands or head up to 30 feet. I don't think it necessarily needs more than that. I think that might be enough, actually. Oh, that's not a bad idea, yeah. 2 actions. Make an eye blast or recharge the eye blast. If it... How about that? I think that's pretty good. I don't think this needs... Honestly, guys, I don't think this thing needs anything else. I think this bad boy's ready to go. I think we got ourselves a cutie patootie. Now, is this going to be something that could take on an army? No. Is this something that could seriously fuck up a level 3 party? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Strange Miniatures says, not sure why, but I keep imagining Head looking like Eggman from Sonic. I know why, because you're a champion. Zadewise, thank you for the subscription. All right. Now, let us give Archangel a round of applause, and you guys will see how this starts from the beginning. Archangel, Archangel, won't you be mine, Archangel? Oh my god, Zadewise gifting a sub on top. Boo-hoo, you crazy. All right, thank you, Archangel, for your lovely submission. If anyone wants to send in something, the easiest way to do it is either through, is in my Discord. If you, no pressure, but if you want to submit, there's the link to the Discord, and it's in the announcement for the stream, is all of the information you need. Okay. And I think we give her another spin, yeah? Ready? Bucket a 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 boom. Crafter. Ooh, crafter. Crafter, I hardly know her. Hey, forget about it. All right, let's see what we got here. Oh, they're looking for an artifact. Wait, let me read this out loud. What are we saying here? Okay, let me read their request. This is an artifact that my group of 7 level 14 players. Ooh, so this is a power party. Received at level 12. It evolved with them as they continued into the finale, fully awakening before the final conflict. The campaign's currently over, but the sequel campaign is going great at level 4. Wait. What are you asking for? Sounds like you made that item already. What? This is an artifact that my group of... I don't understand what you're asking for. You sound like you made this item. Are you here? Crafter, are you in the chat? Alright, Crafter, we might skip you. I want this item to feel like the user is tapping into the magical weave itself. If I could make any changes to better illustrate this, I would appreciate the feedback. Oh, this is not a review stream, my guy. This is you asking us to make Homebrew. This is you asking us to make Homebrew. I think this is them thinking they're asking for feedback. Because they're saying, I asked, when the part was like, what specifically do you want? They said, if I could make any changes to better illustrate this, I would appreciate the feedback. Thank you so much. Yeah. Crafter, this is not a review stream, my guy. We're making new Homebrew. So anyway, thank you very much for sending in your thoughts. But we are going to move on. We are going to move on. We are going to move on. Because it sounds like you made something, but that is not what this stream is for. This is not the Make It Stuff stream. You guys remember earlier when somebody's like, why don't you just make a separate form for every type of thing? That way you know if you're making magic item or anything. And it's like, because people barely understand the forms when they're simple. And you see how that was an example for that? Ooh. I don't know what they were asking for, Data, because they said the item was an item that had evolved over a campaign and was really strong at level 14, and their new campaign is going to be level 4. You know? So I don't know why they would want another awakened ability for it. Or honestly, I don't even know why they would take an item from one campaign and put it into the other, especially if it was like a key item. Unless, I don't know, I feel like, you know, make new stuff. Let's get new toys, please. All right. If anybody would like to pray to the wheel before I spin it, you have a moment now. Bucket a 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 Sebastian, was that you? Was that you, the one person that sent something in a misunderstood? Bow. Dawn. The dawn of a new era. Where lion and hyena could live together. See what Dawn is looking for. Dawn is looking for a monster. You're Caesar. Ah, I see. A monster or an NPC. Let's see what Dawn says about their game world. See what you have to say, Dawn. My world is a steampunk megacity that fell into chaos when the plane-connected clock tower was broken and shattered the veil between planes. I love reading exactly how you guys write. This led to a bunch of people in the city turning hostile and so on. The players are a champion fighter, genie, warlock, thief, rogue, and lore bard. All level 4. They're currently far from the NPC I'm hoping to make. What? The NPC is a BBEG. Their main gimmick is being wildly magic-y construct with an army of these hostile people by their side. You want me to make your BBEG? Stop asking me to make your BBEGs, guys. Besides, these main gimmicks, they also mess with people's dreams. Like, you're describing something to me as if you already made it. I think I need to be more clear when I say, tell me about your campaign and I'm going to make something for it. Isn't tell me exactly what you want me to make, because I'm not going to make exactly what you want me to make. That's not fun for me. Okay. Besides those main gimmicks, they also mess with people's dreams, like the spell, but with more communicating and hurting people via dreams. I really hope, Dawn, that has nothing to do with what you want me to make. Oh, Dawn, I'm not going to make that. I'm not going to make something that complicated. To be clear, Dawn, you're asking me to make a BBEG with the main gimmick that they summon an army of magical constructs that are hostile to people, and they also have unique dream mechanics. We're not doing that. I love you. I love you. I appreciate you, but we're not doing that, buddy. We're not doing that. I think the only thing I don't want them to do is a martial-esque combat style, unless it's with a magic, so I'm so down. Oh, how do I make something for you without disappointing you, but also not make the amount of bullshit that you want me to make? That's a tricky question. I don't know the answer to that question. When you cast Dream 3 times a day, summon a construct army. Yeah, but then we'd have to stat what a construct army is, and I don't want to have to do that. They're not asking for stats, only vibes, unless you are them. Are you them? Dawn, Orca Ace, are you Dawn? No. Yeah, so I don't want to assume that they don't want stats. Okay, it's a steampunk megacity. Here's the problem. I don't know anything about this NPC other than they summon constructs. And like, the problem with making a very specific, important boss like this is I don't have enough context for your campaign. And to be fair, I didn't really give you enough space to give me enough context for me to make this. But that's because I didn't... Okay. I don't know what to do. Let me think for 2 seconds. Okay, we're going to make you something. It's not going to be this. Ugh. Buddy, sweetie. Do you understand why I'm not going to make you a BBEG for your party when they're at level 4? Okay. Let's make something. Let's think about what they want this thing to do, and let's try to make something that kind of does that. Being a wild magic-y construct. Their main gimmick is a wild magic-y construct with an army of these little hostile people inside of it. Yeah, I don't know what that means. Is it mean of me to say I want to just skip and do the next one? Is that too much? Should we give it a try? Chat, I need you to be honest with me here. Should we give it a try or should we skip it and do the next one? I really don't know. Just to be clear, I'll just show you what the request is. That's the request. I'm just not sure how to do that. Within reasonable, like, I don't want to have that much control over what your campaign is going to be. Like, there's too much vagueness here. You know what I mean? Like, I could see him making a monster that has the ability to cast Dream and has the ability to summon robots. But I don't really know what else it should be other than that. You know? So maybe we just do that. Maybe we just help them make this NPC be able to summon things in the way that they want, and we don't actually write it. Because I'm not sure. I don't want to write this whole fucking monster. Gonna be completely honest here. Vibe build is pretty cool. Do you mean we should vibe build it? Yes. Okay, yeah, we're gonna vibe build it. Okay. I'm gonna say this request was a little much, so we are vibe building this instead of stat. Here is the request. Okay, so vibe build this thing. Okay, so, I don't even know how to vibe build. What does that mean? Okay. Cool things this could do. Let's just come up with a cool thing, a list of cool things this could do. Unique abilities around the dream spell. maybe it could impose the effects of the dream spell on creatures instantly if it magically. Yeah, okay, that's cool. Summoning mechanics. What is the summon construct spell? Summon construct. Works well here. Could also take any of the swarms and apply construct features like immunities, more AC, etc. Create swarm construct summons. What are we thinking? What are you saying? What are we saying? Steampunk Skynet? Like a man creating machine, machine enthralling man? It's like a sentient steampunk automaton that's now surrounded by a gang of evil engineers and laborers that maintain it. Oh, that's cool. I wish that was described that way. But I still don't know how. We're still not going to build that whole crazy thing. Let's think about what else we could give this thing. The ability to consume or absorb or sacrifice its workers for power, for health, for special abilities. The ability to use Dream to lure new creatures into joining its cadre of little guys that help it. I'm not sure what other cool things I want to give it. I still feel like it's sort of confusing as to what the fuck they're talking about. Can the dreams affect things that can't sleep like constructs or elves? I would say no. I don't really know what else to add. I'm going to be honest. This one kind of stumped me in terms of... I think they were asking for something very specific and vague at the same time. Dream-based encounters. To battle it before the big fight. Maybe dream boons or dream curses based on failure. That could be cool. I like that idea. I don't really have much more thoughts. I think we're going to move on from this one. Dawn, in the future, I'm happy to make something that's a crazy idea, but you've got to do a little bit of a better job clarifying what that idea is, and I also need you to be a little reasonable with, like, the way we're expressing mechanics, in that the way that what you wrote asked for, it sounds like you're sort of asking for, like, 3 or 4 separate things, and I'm really not trying to make 3 or 4 separate things for everything. I would say the best way to take advantage of this stream is not to try to get me to make you the most complicated thing, but just one very specific thing. Like, I'm going to do a much better job of designing a single encounter or a single monster fight for you than I am a BBEG. Because at the end of the day, me spending more time making something doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be better. And I don't know your campaign. I'm not in your campaign. So I can't really build, I think, the super iconic things in the same way with the same understanding of what they need to be as you would. Has Mike been spun yet? No. But I think we are going to end here. This piece, anyway. Because I feel like I'm doing this person a disservice. And I don't, unfortunately, know what else to do other than to give them suggestions of paths they can take. And hopefully they will be fine with that, because they're asking for a lot. All right. Thank you for sharing, Dawn. Give them a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. Kadunk, we are moving on, though. Let's see, did anybody else submit anything? No. Lovely. Ready? Set? You would need to make a stat block for the construct, then the group of people repairing the construct, and it being an army in the new dream fight. It's a lot. Yeah, it's a little bit too much. A little bit too much. Bugga-da, 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 bugga-da. A great idea if you can make it work, but a little bit too much to ask for making on this stream. Bugga-da. Oh, Ace of Dragons. Please make it not a monster. Please make it a magic item or something. We got so many fucking monsters this stream. Hey, here's not a monster. My kingdom for not a monster. Let's see what Ace asked for. Ace of Dragons, what did you ask for? You said, currently, my players, 5 6th level dudes, are about to get to a big haunted mansion. Lore for it is that a big magical wave swept through and killed everyone inside on the night that the owner, a vampire at the time, now twice slain, you're giving me too many details right now, was about to corrupt them all. I just need an encounter for the outside, the garden. I have stat blocks. The idea is that there should be a big hedge maze filled with animated carnivorous plants. Overall, they should end up at the front door. Ooh, okay, a hedge maze. Okay, cool. Yeah, we can build a hedge maze for sure. That could work. We could definitely do that. Hedge maze encounter outside of spooky mansion featuring carnivore cats. All right, that's definitely something we could put together. Music, where you go? Music, you go so far. No, not Christian music. Ooh. Yeah. All right. So, the key things that for making amazing counter work are figuring out how to convey the disorientation, lost versus finding of the maze without actually drawing a maze and making them go through it, because that is not really playing D&D. You know, it's very hard to make a literal maze fun unless you are using a battle map and using like a battle map and field of view where like you're doing it virtually and everyone can't really see each other. Like that could work, but we're not going to assume any of that. So let's think about what could we do to make a maze work well. I saw people say skill checks. Skill checks I think are huge. I also think it could still be initiative based, because then we could have things on 20 and 10 happen. Skill checks or creative ability values. Okay, so I think that this is the way we handle this encounter, making it work reasonably. I don't want to make it 5 investigation insight checks, because I think that's too many of the same thing. But let's think about how we want to do this. Okay, so outside of ordinary skill checks, outside of ordinary player creativity, do we want to offer any specific things players can do to navigate the space? I love when people in chat ask questions that make it very clear they weren't listening to what I said 3 seconds ago. As I literally just said, we are not making a physical maze. Okay. Hedge maze rules. Hedge maze magic rule. Okay. Rule 1. Teleportation and divination. Fail inside the maze. If you try to fly over the maze, you take harsh, ghostly winds knock you back. You take 1d8 necrotic damage, and your... Oh, fuck you, lyrics. And your max HP is reduced by that amount until your next long. So if you try to climb out, you just keep hurting yourself more and more and more and more and more. What else? If you attempt to rest in the maze, you will be attacked by plant monsters. Assassin, vines, corpse, flowers, whatever fits. I mean, Speak with Plants totally could work with the maze. It's not really going to help you that much. Like, if you cast Speak with Plants and talk to a bush in the middle of the maze, it's not going to tell you how to get out of the maze. It's never been out of the maze. Are there any other basic rules we want for the maze? Can't teleport or divine. Can't try to fly over it. Or climb. Oops. Oh, lost them. Or climb. Okay. I feel like that's pretty good for the basic rules. Players can make skill checks to attempt to progress in the maze. DCs. Let's just say, what level did they say they were? I don't remember. 5 level 6 players. Okay, so DC 15 for success. On success, they progress. Any individual player needs 4 successes to pass the maze. If traveling alone, if the party is all together, or they are traveling in groups, they need an additional 2 successes per additional party member. We'll make this 4. So basically, if they split up, any individual person needs 3, but if there's 2 of you together, now you need 5. If there's 3 of you together, you need 6. If there's 4 of you together, you need 7. Is that too many? Or should it be 1 additional success per party member? I think maybe that is better. Well, it depends on how long we want it to last. We want it to last multiple rounds. So 3. So 2. What would you use the rope for? Okay. Initiative time. On their turns. They can use spells or resource-based abilities to auto-succeed a check if they come up with a logical way of using the feature. They said they were level 6. I feel like this maze should wound and use resources, not be deadly encounter, actually stop them. Yeah, that's what this is doing. This is eating resource. Okay. On initiative 20. Okay. Vines extend from the walls, trying to... Oh, Christmas music snuck in! Ooh. Okay. Vines extend from the walls, trying to restrain anyone in the trying to restrain creatures that are on the ground. Maze. Dex save. Let's make it DC 15. Yeah, let's just roll with it. On a failure, they are restrained and make any... They're restrained. Cannot progress until they are free themselves. Creature can use their action to attempt to free themselves or another creature. Strength. Athletics check. Okay. That's one thing that can happen on initiative count 20. I think another thing that can happen on initiative count 20, a small carnivorous plant monster attacks. It leaps out, attacking a creature. It has 1 HP. If it is killed, if not, stays around and acts on initiative. Okay. Okay, so basically the hedge can summon little creatures. And if you don't deal with them, they can start to multiply and be more. But if you do, they're just sort of gone. But again, it's eating our actions, right? Like we're using our action to attempt to hit the creature as opposed to move forward or whatever. Anything else on initiative count 20, or do we feel like that's good? I feel like that might be good, but we could probably throw something else in there. No, I think that might be good. Initiative 10. The maze moves some of its hedges. One creature or group of your choice must succeed on a DC 15 investigation check or lose 1 progression. What's up, Quetzthulu? Rope trick would be helpful here? Not really. Rope trick doesn't let you travel anywhere. Rope trick would just let you escape this thing for a little bit. I'd say or survival. Maze sends foolish visions. Everyone inside it. All creatures inside. It is saving throw on a failure. In their next turn, they must use their action to attack another creature they can see. If they cannot see any other creatures, they must lay down and eat dirt. If they cannot see any other creatures, they take, let's say, 2d6 psychic damage. They are so upset they can't hit anybody. How about that? Okay, let's take a step back and let's look at what this thing looks like. Okay. So, spooky hedge maze. You can't teleport inside, you can't fly or climb over. If you try to, you take damage. You can't rest inside. If you try to, creatures attack you. On your turn, creatures can use their spells, abilities, skill checks to attempt to make progress in the maze. They need 3 passes to succeed. For each person that they're traveling with, they need 2 additional passes. So if the group wants to stay together, they need to make 3 plus 2 times however many party members there are. But it's all building together. So if you have 6 players, then you need to make 12 checks. That's 2 rounds of successes. On initiative count 20, either vines are going to try to restrain you, or a little plant monster is going to come out and try to attack you. On initiative count 10, the hedge maze is going to shift, and you're going to have to make checks to be able to tell where you are, or you're going to potentially lose progress. Or the maze is going to send ghoulish visions to you, and you're going to have to waste your next turn to attack one of your allies. DC 15 is too high for all of these. I think that's pretty solid. The entire maze is considered a fight, so every round they're going to get attacked. What do you mean? I would say they only get the only time. So maybe you're misunderstanding, but just because you're doing initiative, that doesn't assume attacks are being made. You can use initiative for all sorts of stuff. So the only thing that is going to be making an attack in this maze against a creature, as far as I can tell, is very specifically this little monster, if you use this feature, or other creatures attacking each other, or you and your allies attacking each other. And that's it. I guess if they try to nap, it would summon these. But none of these other things are considered an attack. This is not an attack. This is an environmental effect. This is not an attack. It's an environmental effect. They are not getting attacked every round. Does initiative 20 always do bad, or are there rounds where just skill checks or creative play gets through the round? The creative play and skill checks happen on the player's turns. These things always happen on initiative count 20 and initiative count 10. They are never good. The good is going to entirely come from the players being creative. That's it. That's it and that's all. Why would a maze... Think about it like this. Why would a maze put there to hamper you do anything to help you? So rounds aren't 6 seconds in this initiative style? I don't really understand what do you mean? What did anything I have to say have anything to do with timing? I'm very confused by your confusion. Initiative to keep the players in turn order and to give everyone a turn. Yes, thank you, Blue Star. Jesus Christ. I'm not sure why that's so confusing. So the reason why you put something into initiative is not necessarily because it's a fight, but because it creates turn order and gives players the opportunity to use their features in ways that they don't necessarily outside of situations that require turn order and initiative. And it also is a really good power limiter. But for all intents and purposes, this totally makes sense if these are also 6 seconds. If these don't need to be less than 6 seconds or more than 6 seconds. Literally has no impact on this. Not sure why we're worried about it. But I think for the purposes of like D&D rules, you would count each one of these rounds as like a traditional round. And I don't know if we need anything else, honestly. I think upon 3 successes, after enough successes, party or whomever finds the exit. After someone has found the exit, they can use their turn to shout, "Over here!" and grant the help action to people who one player creature still is. How about that? Because I don't want them to just not have options. Do you know what I mean? Rex, thank you for the 5 subs. So they don't need to necessarily be the 6 seconds used in fights then, just making sure I understand where you're coming from. I think it's genuinely irrelevant to think about. I think if the players, I would say it's totally balanced in exactly the same way as it being combat. So like if a spell normally lasts a round, it would not last multiple turns of this. And if a spell normally lasts like I don't think it matters. That's why I was confused by your question. I'm not sure why it matters or not. I'd give +10 rather than the help action, but that's just me. I think that's totally reasonable. Or some other bonus. Maybe 5? Or 10? Depends on how they are going. Okay, how about that? Easy peasy lemon squeeze. So yeah, normally combat around is 6 seconds. And I think using initiative in general is a good way to balance things. And normally you would still have it be around to 6 seconds. But like if I'm doing a chase scene or a fight scene and I do initiative, it's the same. I don't change the rules that much. The biggest thing I change normally, would be, just like what impact the things players would have are. Shouldn't shouting help everyone who hears it? Logically, sure. But mechanically, it makes it so it's too powerful. Because if you have 3 people that are out of it and 1 person and 3 people that are in it, if all 3 can help everyone, then everyone is adding plus 1,000,000 to their number. And if it doesn't stack, then 2 people don't get something fun to do. So we're going to make it so everyone can target 1 person. So that everyone still has an element of strategic thought, regardless of where they are in the game. You know? I hope that makes sense. I hope that logic seems sound. But yeah, logically, certainly they all could hear it. But I would also argue logically they could, chop through the hedges. Yeah, Luke Age put it well. Luke Age said, initiative is useful in this scenario because you may have a spell to grant someone move speed or a bonus to a roll. The order in which you get to act can now influence that decision. Yeah, Luke, you put it way better than I put it. Rex, did I say thank you for the 5 gifted subs? Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. All right, guys, I think that's done. I think we're good. I think we're groovy. I like that encounter. It's kind of simple. It might get annoying. I can't tell. If it starts to get annoying, lower the DCs of things. If you want to give each player a chance to act without round tracking, you can use something like some prop thing, a toy or a hat. That's true, you can. the talking stick type option, I think, is an interesting one. There's also, you can also do that as like a resource management system. This is like a totally separate conversation, but in my D&D games, I don't give inspiration anymore. I very actively have my players give inspiration to each other, and they do it for the exact same reasons I would. If someone does something really awesome and a player thinks it's really awesome, they go like, dude, JoJo deserves an inspiration. And the reason why I do that is twofold. One, I don't want to have to keep track of it. I don't have to think about it anymore. And two, it feels, it's really nice. Listen, when you do something cool and the dungeon master is like, whoa, that was really cool, that feels pretty nice. But when you do something cool and the other players say that was really cool, that feels genuinely special. And I don't know why, but it's just true. Maybe it's because as a player, you assume your dungeon master is thinking about and caring about your character, but you don't necessarily assume that with the other player characters. So there's something very satisfying with that. And the way that you balance it so that players aren't just giving each other infinite inspiration is that you have a little bowl or a little resource pool that is equal to less than the total number of party members. So let's say you have 7 party members, you would have 4 of this resource. And whenever I want to give you an inspiration, I take one of that resource out of the pot and I give it to you. Now there's only 3 inspiration that can be given. And if all of them are given out, no one can get inspiration until someone uses that inspiration. So it's like you give it to someone by taking it out of the pot, they use it and put it back into the pot. And it creates this little cycle of inspiration that has been nothing. I'm sure people could take advantage of it. But if your players aren't assholes, they won't. And you can always just say, hey, if you take advantage of this, I'm taking it away. But I like that system. Natural initiative, which is 10 plus dexterity. Yeah, that is also a really good way to do it. Data. Sometimes what I'll do is if I'm running an encounter where I want there to be initiative-related things, but I don't want the party to know that there is initiative-related things yet. Like, from a meta perspective, like, I am now in initiative, and I'm thinking about things in terms of initiative, but there's an element of surprise that I want. I will do that. I will take initiative without telling the players, and I will do 10 plus their dex. And if they have any special bonuses to initiative, either through feats or subclass features, I will apply that as well. So if they have like advantage on initiative, it'll be a +5. Or if they're like a Gloomstalker, or is it a Gloomstalker? Somebody can add their wisdom to their initiative bonus. I forget who it is, but whoever that is, I like that. But that's a fun strat for sure. Yeah. All right, cool. Fun, solid little piece here. Technically, it's 1 plus 0.1 times initiative modifier. Well, my darling champion, you are nothing if not technical, and I appreciate that. All right, what are we thinking? What are we thinking? I am running low on juice. We could that might be the wrap. That might be where we wrap it tonight. I'm tired. How long have I been streaming? 4 hours? 4.5 hours? That last explanation really helps. I'm just used to people hearing initiative. Yeah, no, listen. What's your name? I'm trying to pronounce it nicely. Merondil. I misinterpreted what you were saying, and I think I answered you too bluntly. I was confused. We were speaking slightly in different tones, and Luke came in and answered the question very clearly. You could be like evil me and just have your players roll initiative now and then to keep them on their toes. Do not do this. They'll investigate and perception check their way into unproductive things. I got the name right? Boom! Okay. I think we might be wrapping. I think we might be done for the night. We will do more of these streams. We will do another one literally next week. So we'll hang for a little bit. We're not going to necessarily close shop just yet, but we're going to close shop soon. But before we close shop, in the chat, there's a bunch of you here. Can we get one really big round of applause for every single person that sent in a request for us? We appreciate you sharing your ideas, asking for things. We appreciate being able to take the time to help build stuff for you. That was really solid and fun. And if you guys, before you leave, I'm going to make a request. Please do not leave just yet. If you have not seen the way my stream ends, just stand here for 2 seconds because it's sweet and it's lovely and you're going to be like, oh, I love that. And you are going to love it. But before we end the stream entirely, I am just going to say a couple things. Thing number one. My next stream is probably going to be Sunday or Monday or Tuesday. It is going to be a Homebrew review stream, which means that if you have Homebrew that you either want feedback on that is finished, or you have a Homebrew that is unfinished and you want help on, you can send it in. We will put you on the wheel and we will spin the wheel and we will try to help you make that Homebrew as good as it is or help you finish that Homebrew or tell you it's crazy OP. Some combination of those. Going to be a good time. Later on in the week, if I have time, we will do another one of these streams. But it will either be Sunday or Monday or Tuesday is going to be the Homebrew review stream. And Wednesday will be literally next week. This time next week, we'll do another one of these. And that will be that, I think. Anyway, guys, you are all champions. Thank you for being here. Be good to each other. And don't forget to, don't forget to love each other. You know, life's hard. Be nice to each other.
I don't think about it.
Thanks for being here.
About you leaving me. I don't know who I'd be would everything we built just turn